Ladies and gentlemen, Age of Empires. I want you to take a journey back with me. Back in time. Back into the distant past. And 1995, and a game just came out called Warcraft 2. Now, I'm not going to go fully in depth into the history of RTSs just yet. We'll be saving that for when we cover Command and Conquer 1, or Warcraft 1, or both, really. But either way, it's 1995. Warcraft 2 has come out and is actually doing really, really well for itself. A lot of people liked it, and it was arguably the first, the second big boom of the RTS generation. So, okay. Meanwhile, almost immediately after this, like in, I think it was early 1996, another game came out called Civilization 2. Now, Civ 2 is a weird one, and I do intend to cover that someday as well. But while 4X games and RTS games both predate this, these two games, Warcraft 2 and Civilization 2, more or less got that particular industry started, because all of a sudden a lot of people wanted to make strategy games of both types. I'm not even sure we actually had the terminology 4X yet. And obviously RTSs go back to like the mid-80s, if you really dig back down into the history of it. But the idea was, this got popular attention. It's the same thing with Doom, right? Doom isn't the first FPS. It was just the one that got people's attention. So, these two games really caught the attention of a small team of people. About 25 people all told, but originally it was only 3. And they're like, we want to make Warcraft 2 mixed with Civ 2. And so they started figuring out, okay, how the hell do we do this? How do we make this work? How do we line this up? And the answer was they don't, because that's insane. An RTS plus a 4X has been the dream for many years, and frankly has never actually been achieved. Not even now. But at the time, they really were ambitious, so they came up with this whole concept. It was the same basic format of Command and Conquer and Warcraft, which is, gather, build. So gather resources, build bases, build units, fight, right? And that's your loop right there. I mention that because not every RTS actually follows that format, but that's like the bog standard default format, which both of those games kind of got started. So they wanted that kind of a game, but they're like, let's mix it up a little bit, and they came up with the idea of ages. Now, originally there were a lot more ages than the ones that we actually see in the game, but the idea was each age comes with its own units and its own technology and its own buildings and blah 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 blah, and you were supposed to tech up over time. Again, taking inspiration from Civilization 2. Problem was, they were running into a few issues with everything, I think is the way I want to explain that. Because this was a rather ambitious thing, especially for a group of people who this is kind of their first real thing, their first studio, their first game, their first entry. So this is going to get the first game tag, by the way. But what's really funny is they got a weird shot of luck. It's technically 2, but the big shot of luck is there's this thing they just came up with called the Electronics Entertainment Expo, which, for those of you not aware, started in 1995. So at this 1996 E3, the second E3 ever, one of the games that was being showcased was Age of Empires 1. That's what they call it that at the time. Now, I just want to delve a little bit into the side of E3 just for a second. For those of you not aware, it used to be called, or excuse me, I'm saying that wrong. There used to be a totally separate thing called the Consumer Electronics Show, which I think is still going, actually. And the CES was pretty much the only venue most game developers had to like showcase their games on like a large scale. And when I say a large scale, I mean enjoy having that tent over there that's not even a video game section. You're just there. It's why E3 actually came into existence, was people like, we need to have a video game expo for people to be able to reach out to things. So that's cool. And a bunch of people got together, founded E3, 95 hit. And here's the funny thing. It was a smash success. It's actually funny to think about, considering how hilariously incompetent and stupid E3 was in the final years of its life. But back in the day, E3 was actually kind of brilliant. It made especially sense in the 90s, when there really wasn't a lot of broad-scale access to video game news. Yeah, sure, the internet existed. How many people had regular access to the internet in general in 1995? How many people knew which sites to go to in order to find news on video game releases and so forth and so on. It was a whole thing. So getting some kind, yeah, exactly. Getting some kind of centralized, this is the spot where you showcase new games thing was considered very valuable. And they got very lucky a second time because several of the big companies, like Nintendo and Sega, swung right into it. Whoosh, yes, we're going to showcase here. There's actually more history here that I'm kind of skipping over because there was a whole thing with that. The point is, by getting some of the big companies involved, a lot of the little companies then had the ability to go because the big companies were basically footing the bill for E3 and were drawing people in. People wanted to know the next Sega game, right? People wanted to know the next Sony game, etc., etc. So E3 was a smash success, and that pretty much guaranteed that E3 96 would happen. Now, I swear this is related to Age of Empires, because here's the catch. I mentioned it was lucky. Age of Empires, yeah, exactly, Robot Dragon. Age of Empires came out in the second E3 ever, which I don't want to say it was like the biggest E3 ever, but it was carrying a tremendous amount of momentum. So much word had spread about this new thing, the Electronics Entertainment Expo, and how so many of the big companies are there, and they're going to do another one next year. Oh my gosh. And so while the first year certainly did well, the second year had tens of thousands of attendees in a place entirely too small for it. In fact, they pretty much had the opposite problem. They were suffering from success, and they actually started experimenting with branching it off to other smaller expos, which didn't work and is moving on. Point being, a lot of eyeballs were there at E3 96, which is when this game was shown off. So a lot of people heard about this brand new RTS that was called Age of Empires. Now, there's a second reason they were lucky. You see, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. Human beings are stupid. And by and large, have this tendency to go off of vibes rather than facts, rather than figures or statistics. Something that irritates the ever-living hell out of me constantly. It's one of the reasons I try to do my research and enumerate things as best as I can and give actual factual data rather than vibes. So, why is this relevant for Age of Empires 1? It was a historical. This is actually quite rare, even in the 90s. And because there were two absolutely dominant, I don't even want to say genres, flavors of video games in the 90s. Fantasy and sci-fi. Now that makes sense. Like from a detached perspective, it actually makes perfect sense that you would want to you want video gamey stuff, right? You want special abilities, you want powers, you want new weapons you could use. Sci-fi and fantasy just kind of naturally fit into that, right? It's logical. It's why it took us so long to get any realistic or historical, I think it's actually the proper term, any historical stuff in a lot of genres. I mean, even Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is not exactly that old of a game, is a game that got attention specifically because it was a historical RPG. One moment. Hi, Evo. I'm gonna write this down. Qualitas 4. Patch Trail. Yeah, Pentiment got the same attention. In fact, I don't know if you know this, Evo, but when Pentiment was first being cycled around, several people were theorizing that it was like secretly fantasy, right? Sea of Stars, near Replicant. Hell, actually, if I could expand this for a second. For those of you who don't know where Doctor Who was originally a historical piece, and they kind of started doing the sci-fi stuff as filler, which is funny when you think about it for a second. Anyways, yeah, when Doctor Who very, very, very first started, it was a purely historical thing, and that was the intent, was to do that. And if you look at some of the originals, you'll see that trend in a lot of their early stories. Oh my god, I've got an itch, like right under my shoulder. Okay. Thankfully, I have fingernails right now. Oh god. Okay. Age of Doctor Who. That's a mouthful. Here's the point. Age of Empires 1 got people's attention based on vibes. because it was a historical RTS, which was pretty much completely unheard of. $500 ISE. And people were like, oh my God, yes, we got to get it. We got to get it. And they dived into it. They jumped into it because of the fact that it was historical. That became their shtick. And that became the thing that made them memorable. Now, what's funny about that, too, is they took that and ran with it. And that led to something else that I personally really like about Age of Empires 1 that I cannot give it any positives for. I've got a PDF of it right here. It is the manual. How many of you, I know a lot of you are kind of younger than I am, but there's this old thing, it was called a game manual. There's this thing called paper. Okay? They would print stuff. They would print like pictures and text on paper, okay? And Age of Empires 1 is actually a game I've held up as an example of one of the better gaming manuals literally ever, like in the top 10 range. Another one would be Age of Empires 2, while we're on the subject. And just because some people are probably curious, Warcraft 2, Diablo 1, Diablo 2, StarCraft 1, Homeworld. I'll stop there. But the point is, there was this wonderful manual. And yeah, it was a cool manual for what it was. But the part that really sold it was, and I'm staring at it right now, I wish, maybe I could show you this a little bit easier. Yeah, here we go. Give me one moment. I can get this on screen. I can do this. I have the power. Yeah, there's actually there's a trope called "It's all there in the manual." Okay, so here we go. Here's our manual. You should use AI. Anyways, so here's our manual, right? And I want to show off at least a little bit of this as we go through, because the thing about this is, so it had the usual stuff, right? Like here's your stuff, and here's how you play the game. But then it had this over here to the side. Do you see that? What in the world? Anthropologists believe that our human ancestors separated as a species from the age at least 6 to 12 million years ago. I was like, huh? And I remember distinctly picking this game up when it was new and going over and saying, what? And because the rest of us is like, here's how you play video games. And I'm like, okay. And you scroll down a little bit and it's like, here's another one. In time, natural selection led to bipedal motion, walking upright. Preserved footprints indicate this occurred at least 3 million years ago. The conversion from walking on all fours to walking upright required significant redesign of the body. Longer legs, basin-like pelvis, curved spine, arched foot with toes, new muscles that would have only evolved if it resulted in major advantages. And I'm like, because that's, if you look at it, that's right alongside, here's how to install the game on the left. Natural selection favored the ability to think, reason, and anticipate events and actions, the primary advantages of humans over other species today. And it's like, okay. And it just kind of keeps going and going. I'm not going to read every single one of these, but it was interesting. You know, we've got tools, weapons, and technology, and then we've got the earliest preserved human tools are fine-grained stones that have been struck apart to create sharp edges. And we start to see, there was also this cool stuff where they would have, like, art sketches for the people who are sketching out the designs for the buildings in the game. Is it inaccurate? All history is inaccurate. Let's just start with that. Let's get that out of the way. I actually did know that, Jay Palmer. But, the big part isn't these little things. These are neat, right? The first important breakthrough in metallurgy was the discovery of smelting. Blah, 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 blah. But no. These little tidbits, these are nice. And I was enjoying these. Then I got down. Something that's taking way too long to reach. Didn't think it'd be this far down. Here we go. Chapter 7. Ancient Cultures. And this... oh, this hooked me. This has nothing to do with the game. This is just some history about the Assyrians. A rough range of where they were roughly active. A rough size at a certain point in time. This is actually 700 BC right over here on the map. And some stuff. There's like a general thing. Location, capital, rise to power, economy, religion and culture, government, architecture, military, decline and fall, and legacy. Then there's the Babylonians. There's the ancient Chosun, etc. This, I read this so much. And, yeah, to be quite frank, a not insubstantial amount of my interest in history came from this manual. I mentioned the accuracy thing. Several things in here have actually been proven wrong at this point in time, but not because they made any mistakes back then, but because everybody made those mistakes back then, because that's how life works, right? We learn more about history, and we zoom in the camera, metaphorically speaking, more and more as time goes on. So, yeah, that's just how that works. It was fascinating. One other thing that I find really interesting is this book, and I've actually talked about this, this exact manual is one of the very first times I ever heard about the 1200 BC disaster mentioned. It's actually right here on this screen. Assyrians avoided the destruction of the catastrophe of 1200 BC, perhaps because they were already embracing new military tactics and weapons the older kingdoms were not. For those of you who know where that's the collapse of the Bronze Age is what they're referencing there. The question marky thing. I think that's what they're referencing. I shouldn't say that so thoroughly, but it's referenced several times in this book. At the time, it was just a big question mark of, and that caught my attention. And that got me researching, and you get it. This was a great first stepping stone for me into being very fascinated with history, and especially war history. But I should mention some other thing. You may notice we've got the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Minoans, the Greeks, the Hittites, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, and the Persians. All of that makes perfect sense, right? Then there's three others, which are kind of weird. That's the Shang, the ancient Chozon, God, I don't remember how to pronounce that, and the Yamato. Now, you're probably thinking, what? What's so odd about those? Well, none of those were in the game to begin with. Let's just start with that. It was insisted that they shove those in because they were trying to get this game to sell a little bit better in the East at this point in time. So they're like, okay. So anybody who's ever wondered why they feel a little tacked on, it's because they literally were. And yeah, even just looking at the timeline thing there, the Yamato just don't fit at all. You'll also notice, well, okay, we'll talk about this bit as we go there, but even as a faction, the other ones are just not as well designed as some of the other ones because they just didn't have the time about them. The Croatians, I don't know if Croatia existed in 1000 BC. It's a good question, Plutonium. I don't know. Someone more versed in than I can look at that. I might read some of this out loud as we go. But there's a lot. I mean, a lot. Oh yeah, there's our tech trees, by the way. And a reference guide. And there's all the people who made the game. Ask AI Assistant to simplify this document for me. Piss off! Anyways. Again, it is almost a shame I cannot give the game a positive for manual. And I can't, and I won't. But I highly recommend if you just have even a casual interest in some, I don't want to say surface level. It was as well researched as they could make it at the time. And that's the thing I want to give some credit to. Some legitimate thought and effort was put into adding that those historical things. It wasn't just something they threw together. Okay. Hey, no. There it goes. Side, of course. There we go. Yeah, amusingly, Age of Empires as a franchise is actually doing really well now. But if you're paying attention, there's only 5 Age of Empires games total. From 1996 Or 6 or 7. All the way up to now. The reason I mention that is because you're probably like, huh? Well, hear me out for just a sec. We'll talk more about this as we go. But the problem is, AoE 1 came out, was a pretty decent success, led immediately to AoE 2, which was a smash success, and arguably is a game that's still good today. We'll see that someday. Then AoE 3 came out, a little bit after Warcraft 3, bit of a gap. And then the franchise died for like 10 years. Just straight up died. Just nothing happened of any substance or sort. And then AoE 2 kind of came back. And yeah, that's where Forgotten Empires really comes into that. I suppose I should mention Mythology, excuse me. Because Mythology is the actual best Age of Empires game, don't at me. But point being, yeah, it was 1, 2, woo, and then Mythology, which unfortunately didn't sell very well, which is a damn shame. It's definitely a game that has had cult appeal, and the remake certainly sold extremely well. Then 3, then it died. Then 2 had a resurgence out of absolutely nowhere, mostly because of the modding scene and the aforementioned team. Then 4 came out. I was like, oh, cool. Alright, so let's go over some of the basic stuff first. So, the settings are not great. Let's just start with that. I've seen worse, but this is it. You're staring at all the settings. These are the settings. So, sure there was Jay Palmer. Guys, I think we need to stab Jay Palmer. He's spreading lies and misinformation. Anyway, so, frankly, I don't count that game as even existing, and I stand by that. That's like saying that Mario's typing tutor exists in the Mario franchise. You're just wrong. No offense. You're just wrong. No, so there are 5 Age of Empires games. Or I guess you should say Age of, because that's actually what the franchise is called. So the options are whatever. Multiplayer doesn't count, LAN doesn't count. But editors. So there's a campaign editor, which we actually probably shouldn't poke at yet. Let's actually go back to menu. Let's do scenario editor. Let's just go with this one. Please select a lower resolution for editing scenarios. No, I'm good. So, this wasn't as good as StarCraft. Let's just get that out of the way. But the game had a built-in editor, map editor. Which was pretty cool. The fact that it existed at all. And you could do stuff like this. You could find, let's see these elephants here. It's a little too fast. There we go. Up, and then up here. Now they live on an island. It's, this was before StarCraft by 1 year. Ironically, it's possible that this game didn't do as well as it could, specifically because StarCraft was coming. And anybody in the RTS scene who was already into RTSs knew that StarCraft was coming. Oh my god, why is this moving so fast? Hang on a second. Oh, it won't let me. No music, of course. Which got announced first? I'm not actually sure. Oh my god. Oh my god, Evo. Evo's killing me. What did Warcraft StarCraft do better? Yes. To be really blunt. Forgive me for not firing up StarCraft right now to prove my point. Better HUD, better interface, more control, better scripting, more tools, just in general. Because a StarCraft... So, the Age of Empires 1 editor wasn't exactly bad for making a map to go do some skirmish maps with your friends, right? The StarCraft editor could be done to make an RPG. And I think that summarizes it neatly. Let's see. Let's drop some units here. What do we got? Let's put some cavalry here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Flying Dutchman, gotta have the Flying Dutchman. On land, of course. Very important. Very important. And there's a priest here for some reason. Pretty much, J. Palmer, yeah. The StarCraft editor pretty much just started a trend of we're just giving you the dev tools. Yes, Dota 1 was made in Warcraft 3's editor, and the Dota franchise came out of Warcraft 3's editor. Oh, hey, Scipio's here. Get some wall going on here. Oh, yeah, look at those beautiful, beautiful walls. Anyways, this is what I would call functional. It's, I mean, you could make, like, a pseudo scenario here. But, I mean, it exists. So here's our win conditions, which are pretty vanilla, for lack of a better way to put it. Global victory, of course, you could turn on just the usual stuff there. Change which players are where, what their starting stuff is, what their city plan is, what their strategy is, because you can change the AI too. And as you can see, there's quite a few specific AI presets. When I say quite a few, I mean, I think there's about 100 or so based on faction. That's an interesting statement, Loke. You're right. I should give negatives to this editor. You're absolutely right, Loke. But how many? How many do we give? We can also change allies and enemies. We can change what cinematic plays. Free game cinematic, let's play nothing. For the victor cinematic, let's play nothing. And for the lost cinematic, nothing. Oh my god, this lack of music. Okay, so anyways. Let's quit to main menu. Yes, no, do not save changes. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Ah. Breathe. Hey, look, I can alt tab and the game doesn't freeze. Isn't that wild? It's true. I was actually thinking about that. The PSP, for those of you who don't remember, actually had a pause functionality similar to the DS and the 3DS. And so I wonder if when you alt-tab, if that's what it was doing, was code-wise, it would equate alt-tabbing to hitting the pause of the PSP. Civilization predates Age of Empires by years. I'm not even sure how many years. I'm going to have to look that up. Looks like by about... Hang on a second. Get around, Luke. 6 years. Call to Power? That's a good question. Call to Power came out in 99, so Call to Power was not out yet. I had to look up what that even was. Yes, Settlers even predates this. Yeah, relatively speaking, Age of Empires was the new kid on the block. Which is one of the reasons why it needed that that vibe. Speaking of which, I completely forgot to do this earlier because I'm an idiot. Thank you and shoutouts to Etheru, Ben One Eye, Bragwin, Caspian, Command & Conquer 2, Duralis, Doom Rider, Dream Whisperer, Dusty Drongo, Dusty Mint, Eclectic Oak, Elizar, Equalitas, Asinius, Ethan Dowie, Family Guy, oh my god, Frieza, Gape Org, Jijo Rulv, G. Cormos, Goldtech, Grand Spectre, Hellspawn, Hephaestus, Hourglass, Indiana Joe, Johnny Bigby, Joseph Pham, Chitoho, Colgrim, Lateralis, Maz, Mike, MPPY, Noctis X Soul, Off the Deeper End, Reedy, Reggie Brock, Ciela, Sputnik Lock, Tar Huntas, Tastenhauer, Ten-Headed Hydra, US Incorp, Vigilant, Zazojo, Zion Druid, and the person who put this on the list, which was Scion of the Emperor. And of course, all you who voted for this for the October vote. Thank you very, very much, as always, for making this happen. Yes, for those who don't know, this is one of our viewers' choice games. That's why this got shoved up a bit. All right, so without further ado, so here's skirmish mode. We usually glance at skirmish mode. Age of Empires 1 doesn't have much going for it for skirmish mode. I'm actually not even going to hit go because there's not much to it. It's a pretty basic mid-90s skirmish mode. There's you and however many players or computers. You can change player size, you can change the map type, the map size, whether the map's revealed, population cap, resources, starting age, victory level, difficulty level, speed, game edition, force teams, full text allowed, cheats allowed, which I find funny, shared exploration, lock teams, and solid farms. And that's, oh yes, sorry, I should explain that. Farms back in the original version had collision. That's worse of a thing than it sounds like, for those of you who've never played this game. But anyways, that's it. So, not bad, but it really is it. So, campaigns is what we're really here for. Check it out. No. So let's do the tutorial. Now, I'm gonna share something here really quick. I'm gonna share a bit of a personal anecdote, okay? So I remember picking up this game and loving the manual and playing the game. J. Palmer actually asked if I've ever played this game before, which I find hysterical. But anyways. So I'm like, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and talk about this. Yes, Adam Suda. It's procedural. I enjoyed the Egypt campaign for what it was, except for a couple of specific missions. It was like, okay, cool. Then you get Glory of Greece, and the quality of the campaigns just sort of nosedives from that point onwards. And most of these campaigns kind of suck. So we're, I'd say, like 99% certain to cheat through several of these campaigns. Because here's the thing that a lot of people tend to forget about old RTSs. See, old RTS campaigns didn't have a lot of design to them. Oh, yes, I did. I played this when it was new, Jim Palmer. Yeah, they were hard as balls, but like in the worst possible way. What I mean by that, Command & Conquer 1 is another game where this is very, very true. There's no difficulty curve at all. There's no smooth progression. Like all of the things we consider standard nowadays for RTSs, where there's like a slow incline of your kit and overall difficulty of the mission, just kind of increasing over time. None of that was true back in the day. Missions and campaigns were just kind of thrown together and not really properly QA'd. And anybody, I complained about this when we were reviewing StarCraft 1. The plague of the kill-all missions was very, very normal because kill-alls were very, very, very easy to code. So a huge number of missions, regardless of whatever work they did on mapping out the terrain or setting up the base, really at the end of the day were just another scenario mission. Go kill the enemy base. That's it. So I've never beaten all the campaigns in Age of Empires 1 without cheating. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Because I probably never will. Let's start off with Egypt, though.
Egypt is a land blessed with plentiful plants and wildlife, making it an excellent place to settle your wandering tribe of hunters and gatherers. Even though your people have primitive technology and rely on stone tools, they are skilled hunters. Establish a small village on this Nile Delta island and grow your tribe to 7 people.
There's our briefing. Now, I don't want to sound complainy, but another thing that Age of Empires 1 had going against it, and I do specifically mean 1 because 2 did better about this, is Age of Empires 1's pre-mission role, the thing you're seeing on the screen right now, sucked. Please keep in mind at this point, its contemporaries were Command & Conquer, I believe Red Alert was out at this point in time, and Warcraft 2. Think about like the little CG animations and the map and the voice acting of the orcs, or over in Command & Conquer where you had live action cutscenes directed by Joseph Kukin and Kane. Think about what they were. Okay, I was right. So yeah, think about the Red Alert 1 pre-mission pre-rolls, right? That was their competition. So unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be any positives to be found in this intro opening sequence here, because this is vanilla. I do like that they bothered to add a voice actor. And there's one other thing I liked. No, not the hints, although the hints are nice. You must hunt gazelles and elephants to increase your stockpile of food to create new villagers. As your population grows, you need houses to accommodate. Villagers can move around gazelles and herd them close to the town center before hunting them, which decreases the distance they must travel to carry the meat. When you hunt elephants, you must use different tactics. They will attack the villagers. You must attack them back. Food from dead animals deteriorates over time. Beware of crocodiles. You know what? Good point, Plutonia. TIE Fighters briefings, which, if you remember, are actually really good. Like, weirdly good. Were also out at this point in time. But no, this is the part I like, the history part. Since the dawn of our species, humans relied on hunting and foraging for survival. They lived and hunted in small groups, moving along migratory tracks of large animals. Meat was complemented with berries, roots, and other edible plants for a diverse diet. Okay, controls.
Alamos. Somas. Alamos. Alamos.
Here's our first problem. I'll stop doing that now. Oh yeah, the UI looks so much better. I actually have already fired up the game briefly, you know, as part of a tech test, and yeah, I was actually pretty impressed. Okay. Yeah, I can actually do this. That's right, we ate nothing but organic food. Like this dirt. Yeah, sorry, Tara mentioned something I wanted to share, because I actually knew this. So, StarCraft 1 took off in South Korea for reasons, honestly, too complicated to get into right now. For whatever reason, this game, Age of Empires 1 specifically, really took off in Vietnam. And last I checked, it's actually still played to this very day. Like, as in, they had a tournament not too long ago. Ah, yeah, there's that interface. Ah, yeah, look at that beauty. Yes? Can I help you? Can I help you, Kat? Okay, if I have to even say that we're playing, you know, the DE, we're playing the DE because I don't hate myself that much. Hang on, I'm actually looking for something in particular, which I'm not seeing for some reason. Let's put it here. Here, I want to show you this. Would it even be streamable? Actually, probably, yeah. It's an old enough game that it would probably be easy to get it into streamable format, because emulating, you know, early Windows and DOS games is actually extremely easy to do. So this is what the original game looked like. Let me just show you this contrast right there. Let me just show that here. Let me pop out of this. Select someone. So There's me in the past with a villager selected. Here's me in the present with a villager selected. This old game was actually coded with assembly, by the way, which anybody who knows anything about anything knows what that means. But yeah, no, that's... Whoops, sorry. I need to double-click that.
Alamo.
Bit of a difference. So... You're probably want, and yeah, we can actually zoom in a bit more if you want to really soak in those wonderful textures and pictures. Thing is, what they changed other than visuals is relatively little. They did actually do a polishing pass of the AI, and they did do a polishing pass of the pathfinding specifically, which is good. Because for those of you who have ever played a video game before, you know that old RTS's pathfinding, and old games pathfinding in general, is bad. Is the word I would like to use there to describe that. Age of Empires 1's pathfinding was really bad. Like, we meme on StarCraft, but a lot of people don't remember that StarCraft 1's pathfinding was actually a pretty big step up. Yeah, AoE 1, oh my god. Yeah, people would get stuck on bits of terrain like the trees or whatnot. My personal favorite is you'd say, like, I'd have someone selected and I'd click over to the right or whatever. Like, here, watch this. I've got this guy, right? So I'd say, go over here. And he'd go this way to try and get there. And then he'd, like, go this way.
Nice.
And he's still trying to find you. He's still trying to find it. He's still trying to find his way over there. Hang on, he's still trying to find it. He's still trying to find it. Oh, look, it's the enemy base. Ah! Yeah, no, it was bad. You know, jokes and memes aside, it was trash. So thankfully, that is one of the things they improved in this version. But otherwise, they changed very little under the hood. They were trying to make this a faithful remake, and for probably the first time in like ever. In my experience, people were really upset about that, myself included, but I'm usually upset when we get a remaster instead of a remake, because most of the games that get remasters instead of remakes need a remake because of suckitude. For example, StarCraft 1. It's a good remaster, but I didn't want a remaster. I wanted a remake. This game got a remaster, and a lot of people are upset about it. I do not, Jay Palmer, no. And yeah, pathfinding, admittedly, is a whole thing. It is. There's a lot that goes into designing and coding pathfinding. But nowadays, as of, I'd say, about 2010, that would be StarCraft 2, the first RTS to actually have good pathfinding. They have actually finally figured out how to do that. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights 1. That game needed a remaster, because it's still a good freaking game. But by contrast, something like, say, Baldur's Gate needed a remake, which is funny if you know. And if you don't, I'll just tell you, because I got nothing going on right now anyways. So, the teams, whose name I can't remember right now, were wanting to make a... we're on the Nile, push-ups. They wanted to make a Baldur's Gate 1 remake. They wanted to pull it forward and actually develop the game into something a lot more modern. They were told no. So thanks for that.
Hunt is a success and your tribe grows. You and your people will raise many sons and daughters in this land.
Yeah, they were told, just port it forwards. And they're like, okay. What's really funny is, thanks to my specific issues, which I know I'm not the only person who has those issues, you know, the turbo bugs. The original Baldur's Gate 1 is actually more playable than the port. Oh god, yes I do. Darkrai, yes I do. So, moving on.
For generations, the rich hunting lands along the Nile have provided for your people. Now a series of droughts have withered the size of the herds and forced your kin to forage for new food sources. Fortunately, the banks of the Nile teem with fruits and edible plants. Hunting bands have returned from the east with berries, dates, and leeks. Find these forage sites and collect food for your growing tribe. Once you have enough food, settle in this rich area by constructing a granary, storage pit, and dock.
Neverwinter Nights 2, well, we'll see what they do with that remaster. They're still patching it, by the way. They came out with their first major patch, which fixed a lot of bugs. Like, it's a page and a half of bug fixes. Petal Shimmer. I like it. And yeah, Age of Empires 2 was so popular, it got 2 remasters, which is really frustrating when you're trying to install only one of them. Prehistoric humans were opportunistic and found food based on the environment. On grasslands, hunting was the major source of food, while coastal environments favored the gathering of shellfish and the eggs of seabirds. The gigs? A river delta... Oh my god, I can't read! There's been too many RPGs! I've lost the ability to read. A river, valley, or delta, such as that of the Nile, is a very fruitful location due to its abundance and variety of plant and animal life throughout the year. Some of the nomads who arrived in such rich riverlands found that they could subsist permanently in the area and settled the first villages. First of these settlers on the Nile were likely drawn to the river by the increased spread of the Sahara. Though North Africa is mostly desert today, the Sahara was once covered in grasses and low shrubs. The transition to an arid climate was not gradual, but occurred in 2 specific episodes. The first between 6,700 and 5,500 years ago and was intense, but later climate change lasting from 4,000 to 3,600 years ago was severe. Summer temperatures increased sharply, rainfall decreased, and grasslands withered. This event devastated many ancient cultures and their way of life. Tribes were forced to migrate to the Nile, where the river's annual flood deposited fertile silt, allowing plants to grow on the Nile's banks. These migrants contributed to the emerging small communities along the river. Sure, Tara. And yeah, I like the map. It's not obvious right now, but this map is going to be pretty cool. Okay. Let's get some food going. He loves the AoE a lot more compared to AoE 4 because there's a lot more units with which you can do compared to AoE 4. It's smoother to play. That... What? You lost me. I have to admit, the visuals are decent. Probably because this is before the era of AI. So, you know, an actual person designed all this crap. But don't look at me like that. It's pretty much exactly what happened here. Listen, bad games just allow for more opportunity for the gamer to accommodate the bad gameplay. Well, I don't see any issues here. So a lot of these early missions are extremely basic. I used to really take my time on a lot of these, because I was weird. So I would just, you know, really build up and expand and set up a second base and all that, just because I enjoyed the building aspect of it, because I'm a weirdo who likes building in video games. And I guess in real life, too. I should mention now, oh god, I can't remember his name, and I didn't write it down. The gentleman who wrote the music for this was considered weird at the time, because he did something that, well, I don't want to say it was unheard of, but it wasn't very common. In fact, it was something that Nintendo had been doing. In fact, I can specifically point to Koji Kondo. And he was making music specifically using sound samples bought from CDs from the areas in question. So, like, the song for the Greeks is actually using instruments from Greece. The songs of the Assyrians is from the Persian area, and so forth and so on, right? It made for a unique soundtrack, a little more atmospheric, but the whole point was for it to be sounding like the place you're playing as. I think it was cool. You can make fun. It's cool. It's cool. Whoa. Oh yeah, someone actually asked where Wololo comes from. Hopefully we'll show that off sooner rather than later, but it is here. This is the thing.
Alamas. Alamas.
13 expansions, good lord. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry on streaming Age of Empires 2 because it has so many expansions. I mean, yeah, Terra. Alamas. Good luck. Actually, let's think about this. So, BC Wrath, Kata, Pandaria, Warlords Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, War Within. So that's 10, right? 10 expansions. WoW has 10 expansions. Age of Empires 2 has 13. Not to have 14.
Alamas. Zelkanta.
Yeah, Legion Remix is next Tuesday, by the way. Those you know are. So that's an interesting question, Trahexia. We'll talk about the factions a bit later. But the strongest faction in Age of Empires 1 is, I can't remember their name. It's the Horse Archer guys. The guys who get a bonus to Horse Archers. Because Horse Archers are overpowered as hell in this game. Is it the Hittites? You know, I can alt-tab. I still have this mentality that I can't alt-tab. I just get into that mindset, you know? Sorry, when I say next Tuesday, to be clear, I mean the next Tuesday that is going to happen. The next Tuesday.
Though the desert sands have encroached on the grasslands, the banks of the Nile still provide for your people. Your tribe no longer wanders after the herds, but has begun to build a home here on the river.
There we go. So I got the manual up again here. Mato, Sumerian, Shang, Phoenician. War elephants are pretty good too. So Phoenicians, if you can get the war elephants going. I think it is the Hittites. Chariots were arguably the best units in terms of just stats. The problem with the chariots is that the chariots kind of suck. They're very late game. They're expensive and pathfinding. Now those might be solved in the new version, but back in the day, you didn't use chariots because for the same reason you didn't use dragoons back in StarCraft 1. So yeah, it was the Hittites because the Hittites. So let's talk about factions super quick, okay? Here's the thing. There weren't factions back in Age of Empires 1. Let's go ahead and just lay that out there. Later games, including Age of Empires 2, would actually add legitimate variances to the factions. Just unique units, unique buildings, unique technology. But in Age of Empires 1, what a faction got you was a couple of bonuses, a couple of stat bonuses. I can actually tell you them right here, because the Assyrians, for example, had an increase of archery range fire unit rate of 40%, and villagers were 30% faster. And that's it. This is why I mentioned we'd talk about the faction thing later, because there's just... So, remember the era for just a second. Think about the RTSs that came up before this, the big ones. Dune, Command & Conquer, Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Red Alert. Each of those have very, very minor differences between the factions, but let's be real. They're cosmetic for the most part. You're playing as the same general faction with a few differences. I would say Red Alert is probably the big exception to that. Because Red Alert 1 actually had, getting off topic. So it was still pretty normal for the factions to be basically the same as the other factions. StarCraft was the first game to really, 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 really change between the factions. And then, of course, they added the third faction dynamic, which became the norm thereafter. Yeah, because like Command and Conquer 1, for example, had stuff we'll talk about later. Warcraft 1 had the mage spells, so both sides had casters, and those caster abilities were slightly different. And then in Warcraft 2, there were a couple of caster units, which were then a little bit different. But Command and Conquer actually had legitimately different units on one side or the other, which then allowed them to have a bit of variety, so that Nod actually did play different than the GDI. So that's my point, is for the most part, there wasn't really a lot of faction variety here. Like, hey, your hoplites are faster, and your warships are faster. And that's it. So there are no factions, is what I'm trying to get at. There will be no faction review because there's no factions to review. We'll review units, of course, but that's it.
As your hunters venture out, they begin to encounter other cultures to the west, along the Mediterranean coast. You have sent parties of explorers to search the borderlands to learn about these people whom you call Libyans. According to legends, there are sacred sites nearby. These can be recognized by the shape of a white horse etched into the ground. Find the 5 discoveries before the encroaching Libyans do.
So, discoveries are in the shape of a white horse. Walk through it to capture it. Create multiple villagers to protect explorers. Yeah, by the way, we still have villagers. This is a very slow tutorial, like more than usual here. Human population around the world expanded following the end of the last ice age and gradually settled in locations where food was plentiful. Once the better spots were taken, competition began over who would hold these locations. A good site might mean the difference between life or death during a drought. Yeah, so this mission, I don't want to say it's counterintuitive, but it was sure as hell counterintuitive to me when I was playing this.
Alamas. Alamas. Alamas.
This is actually a race. I actually distinctly remember the lion, the very first time I ever played this mission. And I just got wrecked because I played it like I did any other map. And I was in the middle of doing whatever, and all of a sudden, mission failed. No warning, no nothing. Just mission failed. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess I have failed then.
Alamas. Selmas. Alamas. Selmas. Alamas.
Whoop.
Ombis.
Oh yeah, you can't queue up orders. So I can't give any positives. The controls aren't bad, but honestly probably will not be any positives. They're functional controls. I can hotkey a unit, and I can select a unit. I cannot double click. Oh no, I can double click, it's just really finicky. I can't queue, I can't patrol. I have extremely few options. I have repair, stop, and build. Move and attack, and that's it. Graphics are nice. I will actually give you that. More so than I was expecting. Okay. Select all the type is double click, which again is kind of finicky to do while they're moving, but I just did it right there. That's about it. Functional controls. And believe me, that's a step up from the original. The UI is fine, I suppose. Like, I'm actually staring at the UI like, can we... So there's this button right here. Which allows us to do this. Apparently there is shift queuing. What do you know? It wouldn't let me do that earlier. I guess it's just movement. I think it is. I think it's just movement is all I can queue. Anyways, that's giving me a headache, so. Yeah, let's fix that. Ugh, okay, there we go. That's better. Yeah, AoE 2 has a lot of stuff that this game doesn't. For lack of a better way to put that.
Aí. Alamas.
I mean, that is what is supposed to happen with the sequel. Hey, Von Falkenstein. Yep, here they come.
Alamas. 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 Alamas.
So did you notice how the oh god, just got a guy get stuck on the tree. So okay, there's we just ran into two issues immediately if you're paying attention there. So first of all, units have issues with orders. Is the nicest way I could put that. So I just had I was like, okay, go attack that guy. And they're like, sure. And then I selected the other guy and had him attack him so he'd stop running, which got him killed, of course, but allowed us to kill him, except for the two guys who decided, I've been given an attack order. I'm going to stand here and do nothing. Also, here's a fun one. So one of the best features Age of Empires 2 added to RTSs in general, I mean this, by the way, to be very clear, is that they added formations. Formations that are actually worth a damn. So, I want all these people to go here. No, I want them to go here. Here. Please go here. Do you see the problem? They're even twitching as they're trying to follow the order. I'm like, nope, we're already here. We are here. So, the game kind of doesn't know how to handle formation, so what you have to do is you have to grab people manually and be like, hang on, go over here, go over here. Over here. Over here. Now they'll stay together. Yeah, that's Age of Empires 2 1, ladies and gentlemen. See, like in fact, like I just screwed up again. Oh no, there he is! There he is! No! Get him! Get him! Get him! Okay, we're okay, we're okay.
Alamas. 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 Alamas.
This game is so bad. Yeah, no, there are many things contributing to why we're probably going to cheat. And the formation and order canceling thing is one of them.
Alamas.
They're not even consistent about it too, Blade Tool. That's the worst part. Because as they're moving, as their individual pathfinding gets them around the terrain, you probably noticed it. Like, as we're just moving around, their formation is changing as we go. Which means that's their new formation. Which may or may not be something I actually want it to be. Oh, I'll show off the cheat units, absolutely.
Alamas. Alamas.
Alamas.
Alamas. Alamas.
The blue banner means that's a spot you've claimed.
Alamas. Alamas.
Yeah, selecting is kind of suck too, by the way.
Alamas. Alamas.
You've probably noticed this already, but it's weirdly hard. So, okay. One of the issues that actually previous games to this, Command & Conquer and Warcraft, I think 2, both solved this issue already. I don't remember if Warcraft 1 solved this issue. I know Red Alert did. Yeah, for some freaking reason. If I want to attack an enemy, you can't see my mouse cursor, but my mouse is right over that antelope, right here. It's right over it. But because it's 1 pixel outside of the actual unit, the actual graphic, I can't click it. So instead that will happen, and they'll just move near it. Make sense? I have to actually click the actual graphic of the unit. I know you can't see the mouse cursor, but you can understand what I'm talking about, because when I actually successfully click it like that, now you see that box that shows around it? So previous games like Red Alert and I'm pretty sure Warcraft 2 had a thing where you could click anywhere in the unit's box, because all units have a collision size. Of course they do. So you just had to click the collision box, and that gives the order. Make sense? Here you have to click the graphic, and if that sounds weird, try to remember that that's actually easier to code. Remember, this is all put together in frickin' assembly. So making it so that unit selection equals display size or something like that, I think is what it would be, is much easier to do than to actually set up a separate interactable attached to every unit, which then you can click and make it a much easier way to select them. Ah, here it is. I don't know, J. Palmer. So, what I'm trying to say is that this mission has been a great example of why this game kind of sucks. We're on mission 3 of a very bare-bones tutorial.
Has discovered the sacred sites and pushed back the invaders from the west. You do not believe this is the last you will see of these Libyans, however.
Now, I'm going to say something that's going to make me hated. I don't mind these tutorials, these tutorial missions. These are very, you've never played an RTS before, and certainly there are better ways to do this, but I don't mind these, right? Like, I don't mind the severe level of patheticness, because, like, think about what we've gone through. The first level is literally just make 7 villagers. That's it. You know, find food, gather food, build houses, make villagers. That's all that's required. If you're paying attention, that's more or less the exact same as the very first mission in StarCraft 1 Vanilla. The second mission then goes like one step further, and the next mission goes one step further, and so forth and so on. We haven't even had a normal mission yet, but that's fine. I don't think this is the best tutorialization ever, because I think doing this kind of thing naturally through an actual mission, which is designed around encouraging you to explore this kind of thing, would be much better. Cough, cough, Warcraft 3, cough, cough, StarCraft 2. But I still think this is good. I'm actually with it. Frankly, I think this is a better tutorial than some of the previous games had, like Command & Conquer 1, whose tutorials are figured out. I'm not sure Command & Conquer 1 arguably even had a tutorial.
Exploration and contact with other cultures have brought new ideas to Egypt. Your people are learning new skills, including technologies for fishing and more complex stone tools. Advance your culture to the Tool Age to gain access to these skills and new capabilities.
No, J. Palmer. Although maybe it should be. Increase in human population and the competition for good food sites accelerated the advance in technology that had been fostered by the challenging environments of the last ice age. Better and more varied tools increased efficiency of hunters and gatherers, increasing the advantage of humans over other varieties of life. Anthropologists mark the technological advance of our human ancestors by dividing their progress into eras defined by artifacts that survived the years. Most of these artifacts are tools, and the oldest of these are made of stone. Later tools began being made of metals, such as copper and bronze. Only the most commonly used names for these eras are the Old Stone Age, the Paleolithic, New Stone Age, the Neolithic, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. In Age of Empires, you advance from Stone Age to Tool Age to Bronze Age to the Iron Age. Each advance requires prerequisites to be met. Entering a new age makes it possible to research new units and research new technologies and build new buildings and units. The Tool Age represents innovation from large, bulky choppers and hand axes first used as tools. The new stone tools were blades struck from a stone core. The small blades, called microliths, were fitted into handles as knives and onto shafts as arrows and spear points. These tools were made much more efficient than their predecessors and made daily tasks much easier. So, the only objective we have here is to get to the next stage.
Summers.
Yeah, Command & Conquer 1, I don't think belongs in garbage tier, in the garbage blog. First of all, it doesn't get the garbage tag. That's just obvious. The garbage tag is kind of special. You gotta work at it to get the garbage tag. I'm not even sure anything in the awful block is gonna get the garbage tag. That's how bad the garbage tag is.
Alamas, 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 Alamas,
Like, there's a difference between rough,
Alamas,
and early, and crap, and garbage. You know what I mean?
Alamas.
And as US Corp mentioned earlier, by the way, hi US Corp. This game was very foundational and laid a lot of bricks for future games, similar to like Zelda 1, Mario 1, Metroid 1, etc. Yeah, garbage is, there's no... The way I would describe garbage tag is there's no value in this game. Which sounds harsh, because it is. So,
Alamas.
you'll notice, so this is actually this is probably our first bit of actual level design, okay? So take a look at our surrounding area here for just a second. We have plentiful trees, and the game starts with fish visible, right there. There's also fish up there if we explore a little, and a fish down here. So, plenty of wood, very little food sources here. So the game pretty much mandates that you have to get a docks going in order to get some fisheries going, right?
Alamas.
Cool. I'm with that. It's kind of nice, you know, just puzzle solving, for lack of a better way to put it. Now, let me go ahead and tell you a little story.
Alamas.
So once upon a time,
Alamas.
young Lore,
Alamas.
this would have been my teenage years at this point,
Alamas.
set up a docks right about here, I want to say. It's like here or here, so somewhere around here, right? And the units kept popping out of this docks right over here. And the docks was blocking their ability to exit. Anyways. What's this say? Anybody ever have that happen in any RTS before? Because, yeah. On the tax, 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 on the tax. I live here with on the tax. Yeah, no, I know that can still happen in 2. So, fishing.
Alamas.
So you see the loop, right? And this is actually kind of smart. Yeah, I've done that one too, Yoshi Corp. Okay, here's one for you. Building a wall line up against like your base, and there's a huge swath of trees, you know, preventing people from ingressing through that one spot. And your peasants, who you are smart enough to send to the other side of the map to farm the other trees, ran out of trees. And we're like, oh, there's some trees right over there. I'm gonna go chop those trees down. And you didn't notice. And then there's enemies in your base, and you're not sure why, where they came from. That's a good question. That is a legitimately good question, Eva. Let me select a villager. Okay, so you see the screen? Do you see it? Do you see it? I'll zoom all the way out here so you can really see this.
Broken?
Okay, so here's the original. Any questions? I will say, for what it's worth, I didn't think Age of Empires 1 looked particularly bad. I mean, I don't want to overpraise it, but it wasn't like the end of the world kind of a thing, right? Lemonade! Sorry.
Yuri? Umbis.
Yeah, no, it looks fine. I've said this before, I'll say this again. I know you hate doing pixel art, Evo, but pixel art pretty much universally ages better than 3D art. And this is a pretty good development of that, I would say. This is going to get some visual positives, 100%.
Alamas. Umbis.
Lemonade! Yeah, the unit card was terrible. Look at that giant chunk of, like... It's even repeating. It's a repeating texture. of whatever that's called, a relief, I guess is what that is. It's not great. Lemonade.
Alamas. Summers.
Is there gonna be more music? Is this our life now? Are we done with music? You also noticed almost all of these maps are extremely small. Like, I've already covered well over, like, 70% of this map just here. Like, there's the edge of the map down there. All of these tutorial maps are super tiny. Music hasn't been invented yet. If only I knew someone who was interested in ancient history who could tell me when music was invented. That's a good question, Plutonia. I don't know. Hey, Twister. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, we're done. We're done. Sorry, I was just... Whereas 2 buildings. What? What? Fine. Could make a storage pit over there. Got some music going right now. Can I advance now? Hey, there we go. It's time to advance an age. You'll notice how early on they add this age mechanic to the tutorials too. Why is the music not playing? Oh my god. There's no option for it. There's just... Okay. Oh, that's new. They actually added an idle villager button. Nice. We have to research music. Oh yeah, I wanted to play with the scale while we're here. While we're just standing here doing nothing. Let's crank it up, see what happens. That is a bit more readable. I might leave that there.
Yuri?
Yeah, I think I might leave that. Not strain my eyes. Anyways, I've invented tools.
Your people have mastered the techniques of making improved stone tools and have entered a new age of development, which will be called the Neolithic period. With these new technologies, your people thrive and gain an advantage on the other groups around them.
Damn right, it's time to dominate. Canada! Alright, we're going to conquer Canada. Let's go!
New technologies have allowed your tribe to grow, but have also brought conflict.
No!
The spread of the Sahara sands has forced neighboring tribes to migrate into your lands to seize control of your foraging sites and defensive positions. Raiding parties from Upper Egypt have come down the river. Intercept and destroy these invaders before they infiltrate your villages and steal your food supplies.
Damn right! We're coming for your healthcare, Canada! Shah! Okay, no, hear me out, hear me out. I'm picturing an RTS where, like, healthcare is a resource. No, it's like doctors, right? And so, like, Canada has, like, 20 doctors, and they're like, oh, yes, healthcare. And you can charge up and, like, grab the doctors and hoist them over your head like a sack of grain and just charge back, capturing the doctors. And so you can use claim healthcare as a Casus Belli to attack them. Archaeological evidence suggests that warfare has been a part of human life much longer than we'd like to admit. Previous theories assumed that early nomads were more peaceful than sedentary counterparts in later years, but mass burial sites found across the world have made scientists review that theory. A mass burial in Jebel Sahaba, south of Egypt, for example, contains remains of 61 adults and children. Some of the skeletons show evidence of hard blows or arrow points embedded in bones. This site has been dated about 13,000 years ago. The implications of evidence such as this is that prehistoric life was a struggle against other humans, not just nature of the elements. People who possessed good hunting and foraging lands had to defend them with force or risk annihilation. Also, they don't have evidence of singing and percussive music that predates 38,000 BC. But just look for the CDs, it'll be fine. Okay, so, time to suck. So now we have our very, 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 very first military units. You notice we only have military units, by the way. So we've got bowmen. Oh yeah, look at that formationing. Game. And we got melees. Erectus. Just get it out of your system. Just get it out of your system. It's okay. It's okay. You get one. So, what I've just unintentionally done is demonstrated how absolutely bonkers the pathfinding is. Do you notice how my group of 3 here, my bowmen, who originally were grouped together, this is their new formation, just because they went from point A to point B. Yes, Erectus, a species of Homo. All right. Erectus definitely had some music. Kind of a soft jazz thing going on. Give me a sec. Oh, it was terrible, Twister. It was so bad. I'm not joking when I say I've never beaten this game without cheating. Not once. There's also a point at which, I'll point it out, all the old RTSs have this problem. It's the way I'm going to describe that, this problem. And we'll talk about it when we get there. Give me a sec. No, we'll get there. We'll get there. What the? What is that? Ah! What is that? Ah! I mean, yes, that is the problem on Earth. But it's kind of worse than that.
Erectus. Rocket. Ones.
At least in my experience.
Ones.
Hey, Ross. Erectus.
Erectus. Ones.
Yep, we've moved on to Erectus. I'll stop.
Ibortade. Somus. Ibortade. Somus. Erectus.
He's so serious when he says it.
Erectus. Somus. Ibortade.
Really, TSP? Oh gosh, I used to know the answer to that, and I don't right now. ISE.
Rutget. One.
I swear they actually did some research for some of the unit responses,
Rutget. Erectus. One. Evil.
but I can't remember any of it right now. And I know they took liberties because it was 1995.
Evil Toddy. Erectus. Rutget. Barbus. Barbus.
Like there was even an interview. Oh, hello.
Erectus. Evil Toddy.
There's an interview a while ago, a couple of years ago. Sorry, it's actually relatively recent. It's so hard to control these freaking units.
Evil Toddy.
Where they were talking about, like, they got very defensive. People are like, "Why didn't you use realistic, Greek responses and such for this?" And the developer's dude was, it was 1995.
Evil Toddy.
I know this sounds shocking. We didn't have access to tons of resource materials back in the day. They even mentioned how they were able to find a few words, but it was all written, so they had no idea how to pronounce any of it. So it's like, I love how the bodies just kind of slowly, naturally dissolve.
Itang. Evil Toddy. Evil Toddy. Somus. Ones. Ones. Erectus. Somus. Ones. Itang. Evil Toddy. Ones. Erectus. Ones. 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 Rutget. Ones. Ones.
Trying to make a formation here. I'm just failing at it. Just go swarm. Just swarm. Why is the music not playing? No music negative. Jesus Christ.
Erectus.
I would write 500 words.
Evil Toddy.
And I would write 500 more. Anyways, this is our second combat tutorial, if it's not obvious. This is probably the weakest mission so far. They give you a handful of units, and they say, go find the enemy and also kill them.
Itang.
That's it.
Evil
That's the whole mission.
Evil Toddy. Evil Toddy. One.
I love this. The elevation there.
Evil Toddy. Erectus. Barbus. Erectus. Evil Toddy. Erectus. Evil Toddy.
Hey, Dream Whisperer.
Evil Toddy.
It's right there, isn't it?
Erectus. Evil.
So, about those kill-all missions.
Itang.
Oh my god, where's the one unit I'm missing? Where's the one unit I'm missing?
Ones.
Oh, there it is, there it is.
Your people have repelled the raiders and are safe for now. Your successes and the threats of powerful neighbors have encouraged smaller nearby tribes to join you for safety. They offer food and their wealth in exchange for your protection. You have begun to lay the first foundations for a new concept called kingship.
Sweet! We've invented kings! And that's the end right there. That's the end of human civilization. Yeah, can we get a refund on the kings concept, please?
The future of Egypt is about to change. The great pharaoh Narmer seeks to unite the upper and lower kingdoms into a unified Egypt. Using the wealth brought from farming along the Nile's banks, he will finally be able to defeat his rivals. Take control of the villages along the river and build a surplus of 800 food to feed your people and Narmer's warriors. In addition, take control of the ancient stone circle of Nabta Playa, found in the desert to the west. Controlling this ancient ruin will demonstrate Narmer's power to his opponents. Be wary of nearby peoples, however. You need not destroy them, but know that they will attempt to undermine Narmer's goal of uniting Egypt.
And we don't... What's that quote? No kings, no gods. Anyways. So, that's a good question, Colgrim. And that is my answer to you. I'm really not sure. So, I don't know if you caught that. So we went from... Let's actually go through the list of the campaign here. Shut up. No, stop.
The future of Egypt is about to change. The great pharaoh Narmer seeks to unite the upper and lower kingdoms into a unified Egypt. Using the wealth brought from farming along the Nile's banks, he will finally be able to defeat his rivals. Take control of the villages along the river and build a surplus of 800 food to feed your people and Narmer's warriors. In addition, take control of the ancient stone circle of Nabta Playa, found in the desert to the west. Controlling this ancient ruin will demonstrate Narmer's power to his opponents. Be wary of nearby peoples, however. You need not destroy them, but know that they will attempt to undermine Narmer's goal of uniting Egypt.
Okay, so, as I was trying to say, we went from hunting, which was literally just make 7 villagers, to foraging, which was build 2 buildings, to discoveries, which was the run around the map one, advancing the stage, which was just, literally advancing up a tech tree, to the skirmish map, which we just did. All of these are incredibly bare bones missions. That makes sense, they're tutorials. And even in lore, the story is like, we're a roaming tribe. All of a sudden we have a pharaoh, basically out of nowhere. And this is just gonna kind of be a thing. Like, they're like, alright, so you're a tribe. Okay, you're a tribe. You're a tribe. Okay, so, Pharaoh of Egypt demands that you conquer this area. And it's like, wait, what? And I always remember being thrown by that. Because they just plunge forward, relatively speaking, once they finish the basic tutorials. Yeah, hunting, foraging, and uniting Egypt. What? Anyways. Every year, heavy monsoon rains in the mountains of Ethiopia would cause the Nile to flood its banks downstream in Egypt. This period of flooding from June to September was called Akhet. While waiting for waters to recede and reveal the fertile mud and fresh silt left behind, Egyptian farmers spent their time mending and making tools to look after their animals. As Egypt became a kingdom, the farmers would use some of this time to work for the king, called the pharaoh, to build tombs and temples. When the water receded, the Egyptians would plow the soil during a season called Pere, from October to February. Egyptians plowed by hand or used animal-pulled plows. That is a good question, Plutonian. I don't know. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Seeds were sown, and goats and other animals walked over the fields to push the seeds into the ground to provide additional fertilizer. The Egyptians grew a variety of crops, including wheat, barley, flax, onions, leeks, garlic, beans, lettuce, lentils, cabbages, barely even human, radishes, turnips, grapes, figs, plums, and melons. Harvest time was a period called Shemu, from March to May. Grain was cut with sickles, tied into bundles, and carried away to granaries. Skilled artisans in the town turned the wheat into bread and barley into beer, the flax into linen cloth. Papyrus reeds were made together to make sandals, boats, baskets, mats, and paper. Agriculture allowed professions to develop and fostered new cultural tools and artifacts. Although the first signs of agriculture date back to 8000 BC, the first farming communities did not appear in Egypt until the period from circa 6000 to 3150. These early settlements introduced new technologies such as irrigation in the form of canals and basins. This allowed the Egyptians to regulate the floods to maximize food production. The Egyptian agricultural system allowed the region to support between 2 and 12 million people. Even as late as the Roman era, Egypt was considered a granary of the ancient world. Ugh. That's right, we're playing the ancient civilization for once. The population boom brought about by the agriculture caused villages to coalesce into small kingdoms of the Nile. These kingdoms invaded and annexed one another until only two kingdoms remained, Upper and Lower Egypt in the south and north, respectively. This terminology derives from the flow of the Nile River, of the Nile River from the highlands of eastern Africa, and in the south, the Nile Delta in the north. The king of Upper Egypt wore a tall white crown called the Hedjet, while the king of Lower Egypt wore a red crown called the Deshret. Around 3100 BC, a king named Narmer, also defined as Menes, unified the two kingdoms. A silt stone tablet called the Palette of Narmer depicts the king wearing the crown of Upper Egypt on one side, the crown of Lower on the other. A later pharaoh named Djet will be depicted wearing both crowns together at once, the double crown known as the Peshent, which symbolized the unity of Egypt. And now there's Egypt! Check it out! Look, we've even got a palisade! Whoa! Check that out. Alright, what do we got?
Ibo Tade. Ibo Tade.
Rogan? Somas. Somas.
One. Ibo Tade.
Zokanta.
Look, we figured out stone and water. I think you're right, Platonia. We have technology for the first time. We can research stuff. Ooh.
Tabeda Erectus. One.
Zokanta. Alamas. Somas.
Oh yeah, check out those luxury houses. They've got a tarp on top of their house. That's how luxury they've got here. Look at that. Actually, no, I think this is the tutorial for research, because, yeah. Either that or that's the next one of the two.
Tabeda Erectus. Somus. Erectus. Ibo Tade. Ibo.
Yeah, it's house 2, house harder.
Erectus. I can. One. One.
That's a good point. I don't have a shaded terrace on my roof.
Erectus. Erectus.
I can't afford tarps, I'm sorry.
Zokanta.
Listen, we had to fire the entire tarp making team,
Somus.
but don't worry, we're going to replace them with AI.
Ibo Tade. Somus. Ibo Tade.
Look at how just...
Ibo Tade.
Look at this.
Ibo Tade.
Get back together, guys.
I can. Erectus. Erectus.
I don't know who the spirit of the law is,
Erectus.
but you're on crack. None of my workers aren't doing anything. Speaking of...
Abadan Ibo Tade. Somus. Somus. Erectus. Erectus. Somus.
Yeah, early pathfinding at its
One.
finest.
Ibo Tade. Erectus.
That's the word we're going to use.
Erectus. 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 I correct One. Erectus.
I mean, I've seen worse,
Erectus. Erectus.
but I'm already going to give it at least one negative.
Somus.
Possibly more. The hell? TSB has just become the top clipper of this channel. Just got a notification about that.
One. Erectus. Erectus. Somus.
Alamas. Alamas.
No, I've seen worse pathfinding. We've actually played an RTS with worse pathfinding, and
Alamas.
if all goes according to plan, we'll be playing even more games with worse pathfinding in the future.
Alamas.
Bip, 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 bip.
Umbis. Alamas. Alamas. Somas.
Erectus. Somus.
God, that's actually a tough one, Jay Palmer.
Erectus. One. One. One.
I mean, it does unironically have the best pathfinding in like any speed down the hill thing, than any other RTS. So I suppose it worked too, Thor.
Hones. Ibotade.
Back up, back off.
Somus.
Tarai. Alamas. Somas.
Tabadactus.
Oh my God, Evo. I can't go there. Okay.
Erectus.
Anyone want some lemonade?
Erectus.
Okay, this is stupid.
Tabadactus. Erectus. One. Ibotade.
I don't know. I think no pathfinding might actually be not as bad pathfinding. Worst pathfinding in RTSs. You won't believe number 37.
Rakta Ibotade. Erectus. Ibotade. Erectus. Ibotade. Erectus.
What's going on, Linarith?
Somus.
What's the issue?
One. Erectus. Ibotade.
You're gonna hear a lot of that, by the way. I'm not really, like, there's no me doing that on purpose at this point. That's just the game. This is the best Egyptian music I have on display. This is the purest essence of Egyptian music.
Bombis.
Yeah, it probably should get an audience band negative, honestly. As most RTSs will get. Even StarCraft 2 got that. I mean, you know me, I'm not like that. I just toned it out after a while.
Ibotade.
I didn't think it was funny until Evo brought up the Homo erectus thing.
I
And I was just like, yeah, okay, you got me there.
Erectus. Erectus. Somus. Erectus.
Look how serious he sounds. Erectus. It's like
One. I
it's like this super deep, super serious character drama porn.
One. Somus.
Walks up to someone. Erectus.
One. I can.
Tarai. Somas.
Like Lord of the Rings style. Eowyn reaches out to Aragorn. Except it would be like Kmart brand Eowyn. So it'd be like Eowyn's. Eowyn's like, Aragonian. Will you be with me this night, the eve before battle, before we go forth and march against Mothgarion and his Morgoricorks? And Aragornian looks up and says, Erectus. I'd like to show this off while we're here. Aracorn. Era engorged. Let's see. So we've got plenty of lumber. Let's do wood. No, why are you attacking me? I'm just here to trade. I just wanted to trade. Fresh fish. We catch them, you buy them. Oh god, boat pathfinding is exactly what I remember it to be.
Alamos. Umbis. Umbis.
Yeah, we actually need galleys because we're about to lose our food source. Gotta admit, I wasn't actually expecting that, but here we are. I just wanted to trade. Did you know that Civ 7 is a game that exists?
Somas.
You could not buy it today.
Umbis.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything, Kenex Cow. Definitely not a new Lord of the Rings story, which I'm going to start trying to shill. We did it!
The gods have blessed our great pharaoh Narmer and united our people. Egypt is destined to become the greatest civilization ever seen. The pharaoh has promised you a spot on the carved stone tablet commissioned to honor his victory. For obvious reasons, your image will not be as big as his.
Thanks. Thanks, buddy. I love how overt that is, too. His image is so big, you have no idea.
The reputation of a united Egypt is spreading to all corners of the world, and trade has vastly increased your people's wealth. With this prosperity, the pharaoh Djoser has decided that a mere mastaba, a simple mud tomb, will not be enough to serve him in the afterlife. Instead, he has ordered the architect Imhotep to design a stepped pyramid that will be visible from miles away. Such a large project will require great resources. You have been ordered to go to the north and set up a trade post to collect the gold for the pyramid. At the same time, you must venture into the desert and find a quarry to supply stone for the construction. Your trading partners, the Minoans, Canaanites, and Libyans, could become jealous of Egypt's success and might even cease trade and attack your people. In case our diplomats fail to keep the peace, you must defend your trade ships. The pharaoh is entrusting you with the success of this project.
Yeah, so we unified Egypt by, I don't know, I think there was something that happened there. And now we have to figure out trade. Stockpile 500 stone and 500 gold. In prehistory, people bartered with other groups for food and useful necessities. Later, someone came up with money, and the world was worse ever since. When small farming communities appeared to Egypt, trade increased in import, and people traveled from far to acquire rare goods or tools that they could not find in their hometowns. Evidence of trade between Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even the Indus Valley of India has been dated as early as 3000. During Pharaoh Narmer's reign, pottery with Narmer's inscription was produced in Canaan, in modern-day Levant, for shipment to Egypt, showing what Egyptian rulers looked overseas for rare luxury items. Despite the early contacts, trade did not become a major source of wealth for Egyptians until the late Old Kingdom. Trade provided Egypt with cedar wood from Lebanon, excuse me, ebony and ivory from Africa, incense, myrrh, oils from Arabia, gems from Afghanistan, and gold from Nubia. In return for these goods, Egypt exported grain, flax, papyrus, linen, gold vessels, and fish. The Nile River was instrumental to Egyptian trade as it was to the country's agriculture. The Egyptians constructed rafts and boats from papyrus reeds, as quality wood was rare in Egypt. The wooden boats that were produced were long and lashed together with ropes. The seams between planks were packed with bundles of reed to keep the water out, and they lacked the internal framing that later boats had. Egyptians used these boats to transport goods along the Nile and the Mediterranean coast. Trade and farming generated wealth for the pharaoh, around whom a cult was established, linking him to the god Horus. Massive tombs were built to prepare the house for Pharaoh for the afterlife. Tombs were filled with gifts, animals, ships, and even servants. Come on, in you go, in you go. These tombs were called mastabas, rectangular mud tombs. Between 2667 to 2648, Pharaoh Djoser built the first pyramid, consisting of 6 mastabas on top of each other. Each successive mastaba was smaller than the one below it, giving the appearance of a stepped structure. An architect named Imhotep is traditionally credited with this design. The biggest pyramids ever built were those at Giza. The largest of that is Khufu, known as Cheops, and dates between 2560 to 2540. During the Middle Kingdom, fewer pyramids were built and were of smaller scale. But the New Kingdom, the tradition of pyramid building had largely ended, though the Nubians of modern-day Sudan continued to build pyramids for centuries. Probably because the aliens stopped visiting, so they stopped being able to build the pyramids.
Zelkanta. Zelkanta. Zelkanta.
Listen, I'm not saying it was aliens.
Zelkanta.
All of them. When did the Goa'uld leave? That's actually a good question. Like, obviously, in the very fictional wink wink history of Stargate.
Alama. Kaisa. Kaisa. Alama. Kaisa.
Oh no. Abadak erectus. Somus. Erectus.
Listen, triangles are just cool, okay? They screwed it up, though. There's 4 sides instead of 3.
Ide erectus. One. Abadak.
Sea people were always the real aliens. Oh, right.
Summers.
What's a spine? I've never heard of that, Ben. What I? Yeah. So one of the other things I never get used to about Age of Empires 1 is because of how the AI works and doesn't care about like things like zones of control or boundaries or resources or anything. You just every now and again, it wouldn't be common, but you'd see just a bunch of villagers come into your base to harvest from one of your nodes. And obviously they'd all die, but like what would usually happen is they'd wander in, and then like your towers or troops would attack them, and then their AI would be like, "Oh no, I'm under attack," and so then their troops would come in to attack you. It's like, guys.
Somas. Alamos. 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 Alamos.
Yeah, we turned into a whole thing.
Alamos. Alamos.
Okay, so 3000 BC for the rebellion against the Ghoul.
Alamos. Alamos.
Yeah, it is very artificial. Not sure about the int part. But,
Somas.
you know,
Alamos.
int value.
Alamos.
It's about as much int as I've got. Let's put it that way. All right, let's get another watchtower, which is something I can't build yet. Right. Oh, okay, I can make that happen. Yeah, I can queue up research. Isn't that wild?
Alamos. Zeltanta.
Get this well read. Actually, no.
Alamos.
New plan.
Umbis.
Go to this weird offset here.
Umbis. Yuri. Umbis. Alamos. 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 Alamos.
Well, so
Zeltanta.
I feel like specifically the Definitive Edition raised the population cap. But I'm not actually sure exactly. So I guess we'll find out as we go. Right now it's not an issue at all. But I will admit this is your basic stuff, right? Build house, house gives population. That's it. There's no mechanics there. There's no overlords yet. And I actually don't remember if Command & Conquer had anything related to population cap. Obviously it had a hard cap, just like Total Annihilation did. Total Annihilation actually had a weird one. It didn't have a population cap. It had a unit cap. The map could only handle so many units at a time. Period. End of statement. Of anything. So any NPCs, the enemy forces, and your forces, plus buildings, all counted as a unit. You run into the cap, you can't build anything more.
Okema. Alamos. Umbis.
Yeah, I think CNC had the basic cap. In other words, the hard cap. But no soft caps involved.
Summers.
I mean, there were some absolutely bonkers strategies you could come up with in Total Annihilation multiplayer that were funny, but not very satisfying. So I never really got into that scene as a consequence of that.
Rogan?
God, you see how they just got stuck in each other there for a second?
Alamos.
So let's see how building walls works in this one, shall we?
Umbis.
I'm actually curious how this is going to go, because I build tons of walls too, but I don't remember leaning on it that hard in one, and I feel like there's a reason for that. Ooh, nice, Evo. I look forward to seeing it later. If, of course, it is acceptable for my inferior eyes. There. Oh god, we're actually running out of fish. That's bad. You know, only you would say sorry for something like that, Evo. That's not true. Only anybody from Canada would say sorry for something like that, Evo.
Okema. Alamos.
If I'm not inferior, then why did you apologize? QED. Yeah, that's right. There's no gates. That's right. Oh my god, that's right. There's no gates for walls. Okay. Okay.
Alamos.
Go
Summers.
do that. Yeah, okay. Listen, we haven't invented gates yet. They're getting shipped in Tuesday. Nice, Kenexcom. Hopefully it's good food. Don't we even have a barracks? Oh my god, we don't.
Selmas. Alamos.
Yeah, so we're still figuring out hinges, okay? It's a whole thing.
Hombis.
Of course. Of course they have a catapult, why wouldn't they? It does have trading. In fact, you more or less have to trade on this mission in order to progress. So that's part of the why I've been scouting with my ships. Now the problem is, so here's the way this works. I kind of hinted at this earlier, but once an enemy military unit is activated, they kind of go into assault mode. You actually saw this in the last mission too. So the fact that we scouted out these scouts means that now they're ready to come attack us. We might have trouble because of that. We'll see. Yeah, here they come. Yep, this is bad. I'm debating if I want to bother. I know a way to push out of this without just like microing. Back off. Let's see. I can get rid of one of those things from history. I can get rid of Bobby Kotick, LLMs, crypto, or drones. I mean, honestly, LLMs. That's kind of an easy one. Okay, so I gotta be a little careful because we have no source of food right now. At all. How close is Bobby Kotick? What if you remove 2?
Alamos. Alamos. Bombis.
It's actually a tough one. Yeah, see, I'm torn between drones and crypto. Because both of them are kind of terrible. By kind of, I mean, they're really terrible. It's bad about drones. I think we'll find out as drone warfare continues. That's the answer to that. We're not there yet. We're still in the baby phases.
Abadaka. Evos omnes.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is this dude doing?
Rakone. Sumus.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would go with LLMs and drones. I think that's my pick. So, have you noticed the Warcraft 2 problem already? Lemonade! Sorry. Pathfinding is better than it was in the original J. Palmer. So the Warcraft 2 problem is resource distribution on maps.
Alamas.
It is a very specific problem,
Alamas.
which I point to Warcraft 2 for being, like, the worst about it. Just the worst. We're already almost through this entire forest up here. Granted, we've got a hell of a bank of wood, but still. So here's the issue. We don't have a lot of sources of food, and we don't have access to farms yet, which is one of your only replenishable sorts of food. So we're already kind of running into a bit of a food cap. Yeah, exactly, Uthor. Our mission here is to stockpile gold and stone. It is possible to reach a point, based on a little bit of RNG, where you cannot actually gather. Yes, I know that, USN Corp. Jesus effing Christ. It's possible to reach a point where if you don't advance quickly enough and kill off all of your enemies, what you will do is you'll reach a point where you actually cannot... Sorry, I'm not in a good mood lately. You cannot keep up. In other words, it's possible to lock yourself out of being able to complete some of these missions. Now, this one isn't that bad about it, but some of the later ones, like the one where you have to get, I think it's like 5,000 gold or something, it is actually possible to just kind of soft lock yourself if you make the mistake of wiping out your enemies. Because so the way trading works in these games is we're still in the tutorial missions. You send a trade unit to the enemy market or dock, right? With some of your resources, and then it comes back with gold. The thing is that gold is generated, right? It just comes out of the ether. That's one of the only strong replenishable sources of gold, and well, a couple other things in later games, but it's one of the only replenishable sources of gold in this game. And so on some of the missions where you need lots and lots and lots of gold, well...
Yuri?
You need your enemies alive. I know that sounds like a strange statement. Here's the problem. In Age of Empires 1 in particular, if you leave the enemy too much alive, they will start producing ships to defend their docks from your trading vessels. So you have to, like, leave a fleet near their docks, but not too close, because you don't want to attack the docks, so that when any other ship pops out, you can rush in and kill it, and then pull back to make sure that your ships can keep trading with it. Oh. Yeah, you can also just kind of, like, push them down to a certain degree of solvency. But they're always going to have that issue because I'm pretty sure in the original, I don't know if in this version, they cheat on resources, so they don't actually need... here's the farm, by the way. So they don't actually need resources to build ships. So even if you, like, knock out their economy, they just keep building. I don't know if they fixed that aspect of the game in this version of it. I know that was true in the original. And it was certainly true in a lot of other games like this. It might be map dependent. That's a good point. I'm not sure. There are plenty of... Most RTSs back in the day cheated on resources.
Alamas.
Command & Conquer 1 is a perfect example of that. The enemy... You can knock out the entirety of an enemy's resources supply. It doesn't matter. They don't care. Rise of Nations has the same thing, to use a more modern one. Age of Sigmar, I do believe, is at the bottom of RTSs right now. Let me pull up the genre list. Let's see, RTSs. Oh yeah, that's not even close. In fact, this is funny. Age of Sigmar is the only RTS to have a net negative score at all right now. I think you're right, Lysander. That sounds familiar. I think you're right. What am I doing? Okay. Trading. Right. So everything I just said I'm going to do. Let's get this going. We've got tons of lumber. Well, no, I think it's just we haven't reviewed any old RTSs, to be quite honest with you. Like, I mean, first of all, Age of Sigmar came out last year. I didn't even talk about drones. What are you talking about, push-ups? Don't bring me into this conversation. I said I'd kill crypto. So we're going to trade wood, because we've got a huge abundance of wood. And we're just going to see what happens here. I mean, even something like StarCraft 1, which honestly is a pretty rough game, managed to net positive in the end. I don't know if Warcraft 2 would manage that. I know Warcraft 1 won't. I must have misspoke. Yeah, LLMs and crypto are the two I get rid of. I might have been reading while I was talking. I do that a lot. You mean Dawn of War 1, Dawn of War 2? Dawn of War 1 got a 24.35. Dawn of War 2 got a 24.23. Halo Wars got a 3.67. Halo Wars 2 got a 49.38. Iron Harvest got a 47.35. Spellforce 3, which I wasn't very fond of either, got a 37.41. Total War Troy got a 31.95. Total War Pharaoh Dynasties got a 26.7. God. Enemy forces constantly rebuilding just pissed me off so much in Command & Conquer 1. Did any RTS... So, yeah, you asked if any... You asked it earlier, Jay Palmer. Does any RTS not get the... we spam negative. I think a few will, by virtue of not having voiced lines. So kind of a technically, you know? Like Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander would both qualify for that. Okay, what am I doing? I'm trading right now. Yep, we're getting gold. Lotar Ogar, what is it you wish? I'm acting on instinct. No, this is Morrowind. You're correct. I'm just gonna get more trading. Screw it. Let's get our gold going. Stone's gonna be more irritating, but I've got another plan for it. In fact, let's start working on the stone plant right now. We need to get stoned, everyone. Okay, so let's do...
Alamas. Hombres. 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 Hombres.
They really want lemonade. Actually, yes, Blade Taval. It was a constant issue that we never actually solved. Oh, absolutely. I think the art style is actually really faithful, while still being better. And I emphasize that word better, because this looks better than the original, by a huge margin. When I first fired this up for my tech test last night, I was shocked at how good this game looked. See, now we're all like, give us your gold. Give us your gold. Give us your gold. That's actually a good question. I can pay tribute, but otherwise it doesn't look like it, no. So the original, so this one came out in 2013, I want to say. I know, Jay Palmer. But the original was 1996, I think. 97. There we go. The remaster came out in 2018. That's actually more recent than I thought. Yeah, by the way, +1 missile weapon range is an extremely useful thing for anybody. Yeah, no, I think either it's not in the game or I think it's just not something we've unlocked yet. I'm not sure which. Okay, go trade with them instead. Now I gotta think about stone. Good news is I have a plan for stone. I mean, I know AoE 2 has the market, the straight market. Which is a nice little feature. Yep, we're just playing Britain. We rule the waves now. Oh, hey, you see this fish miles and miles away from our coastline? Yeah, that's our fish now. Oh, yeah. So, when a farm runs out, which it does, you can rebuild it. You just right-click it again. So this is how farms work in Age of Empires 1. You're basically building a food node in exchange for, I believe it's lumber. Yeah, it's lumber, 60 lumber. So you turn lumber into 250 wood. Or, god damn it, 250 food. Turn 60 wood into 250 food. There we go. Talking is hard.
Summers.
5. The British suck. Okay, this is for all my AoE 2 homies out there. There's a line in AoE 2 that has stuck with me so hard for so many years. An army marches on its stomach. Remember that mission? A friend of mine back in high school loved that so much that he developed an entire personality, persona, and character that he would play for like the random theater and television stuff we do, where he would try to emulate that guy's accent. Except he would deliberately over-emphasize it, over-exaggerate it to make it even more ridiculous. Oh, there's apparently a reseed our farms option. Interesting.
Evil target.
Don't remember if that was in the original. Legit. I have no memory of it, but I didn't play the expansion to this all that much, the Rise of Rome. Go, 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 go! Kill them, kill them, kill them! Stop not killing them! No! 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 Oh, okay. That sucked. Okay, they're all dead.
Alamos.
Come here.
Alamos. Alamos.
You notice, by the way, they just kind of throw you off in the deep end of this mission. I do think it's fascinating that they went from, like, extreme hand-holding tutorials to figure it out, which is what this mission is. I'm not complaining, per se. It's just weird that you couldn't make up your mind on that one. By you, I mean them, honestly.
Alamos. Alamos.
It's time to get out of the nest. Get out of here.
Umbis.
What's funny is this isn't even the first hard mission. This is just the first mission, I would say. Nope, 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 nope. Stone. And over here. No stone. Well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Now we wait. As we rip gold out of our enemies. Give me your gold! Look at things Zeiss. For real, now we just wait. We have won the mission. I guess we could speed this up a little bit. Let's speed this up a little bit.
Alamos. Alamos.
I did play Age of Empires 3.
Alamos.
My version was really buggy for some reason. Like the home port or whatever didn't work quite right. So I always had issues with that. But I liked the missions for what they were. Like the actual campaign.
Selmas.
Yeah, so it is actually a valid thing to talk about. So, for example, we just upgraded our ability to mine stone, which also upgrades our slingers. Now, on the one hand, it's nice to have them efficiencyed, but on the other hand, as a consequence, those upgrades tend to be slightly more expensive to accommodate the fact that they're more than one upgrade at a time. And if you only want the one upgrade, you're basically paying for the other one, which can get frustrating. There's worse examples of that we'll cover later. We're still in, like, the Tool Age. Speaking of...
With the supplies you gathered, the first pyramid of Egypt is built in honor of Pharaoh Djoser. People from far and wide are in awe of this achievement, and Egypt's fame grows. Djoser's successor already has plans to build an even larger pyramid. In time, these structures will dot the land of Egypt and last in eternity, guiding the pharaohs into the next life. Egyptian culture is flourishing and the population is growing. In order to provide for the administration of the kingdom and serve the gods, new professions have been established. Scribes and priests help the pharaoh in his dealings with the military, the people, and the gods. These new specialists have quickly gained prominence and become vital to Egyptian civilization. In the north, west of the Nile Delta, scouts report Libyan raiding parties are approaching one of Egypt's most sacred cities, Heliopolis, built to honor the sun god Ra. As the lector priest of the city's main temple and army scribe of the pharaoh, you are commanded to stop these raiders at all costs. The priests in the city have offered their services to support the army. However, you must be wary of the Libyans who bring a siege engine with them to demolish the city's walls. This machine could be useful for our own armies, so instead of destroying it, the pharaoh has ordered you to capture this stone thrower and bring it to the town center at Heliopolis.
Who do you think? Okay, so you guessed it. It is time for the mission everybody loves. Let's get some basic economy going before we do that.
Ready, Mars. Homies.
Somas. Ibutade.
Yes, wonders are on this one. It's like next or next mission, I believe. I'm not sure which. But it'll be a thing. Where's my... Oh, there it is. One of my favorite things. Age of Mythology is my favorite Age of game. WoW Vanilla. We'll just know. Well, no. I take that back. Well, God, I don't know. That's tough. No, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to say Tor. Hang on. Let me get some basic economy going. That's what I want. That many. Yeah, because I was... Ironically, Corellia is what swung that for me. Because I just pictured having to do Corellia 8 times, excuse me, without anybody to help me. And I don't know if you've ever soloed Corellia. I have. It is not pleasant.
Alamos. Isa.
I did act. I don't blame him. Not really. I would be lying if I said I wasn't sad. I get it. At some point in time, you have to move on. Lord knows I, of all people, understand that. Yeah, Corellia or Plaguelands? I will take the Plaguelands over Corellia. Neither of them are great, but Corellia isn't just slow and boring. It's also awful. Like, in the Plaguelands, if at the worst case scenario, you can slow mode your way through it. Corellia, it's possible to basically reach a point where you can't progress. You're either relying on luck or going and trying to get some frickin' gear. Also, there are some actually good quests in both West and East Plagues. So, yeah, no, I take it back. I would rather play WoW Vanilla, all classes, than Tor, all classes. Which is funny, because I've done both. Okay, so we've got some resources coming in. Not as many as I'd like, though. Why don't we set up... let's do it over there. Looks like 4? Yeah. FM14 1.0 all classes. And that's when I pull out the emergency knife. Like, nah, I'm good. Peace.
Somas. Somas.
Oh, and the music stopped. Back to Morrowind. Cultural swag. I mean...
Somas.
I mean, I gotta be real. You forced me to play WoW Vanilla, I'm gonna consider that a punishment. I'm just gonna be honest about that.
Alamos. Somas. Isa.
Well, when I was in a wheelchair, I didn't have much else to do with my life push-ups, so...
Alamos. Somas. Alamos. Darai.
Let's start getting the farms going. So I don't remember... Like, I have this vague memory of farms slowly producing less food as you reseed them. So they're not... Which I'm almost positive they got rid of in AoE 2. And I get that it was like, oh, because, you know, eventually you'll over-till the soil or whatever. But I remember that sucking. Especially for longer maps. This holy crap. That's a lot of gold. If I had a completely fresh account in WoW now, what would be the first thing you'd be doing? How would you start? So, do you mean me or a new player who's never played WoW before? Because those are extremely different questions. Me. Okay, Yeah, no kidding, Judo Joker. Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to, like, shame you over the other push-ups. It's true. The reason I had so much time in WoW Vanilla and BC was because I was in a wheelchair. Maybe Ben One Eye? I don't remember. We'll see as we go. I just remember that being a thing, and I remember being irritated by it. I remember liking that they got rid of it in the sequel. Almost everything costs multiples of 50 in this one, so you can kind of mentally math around that. But resources, just like in Warcraft 2, are very finite. You notice we're already out of stone.
Alamos.
That is to say, stone resources. Now, we have 1,200, but that's not as much as it sounds like.
Somas.
Over there for right now. We also only have one source of food, and it's these 3 farms.
Alamos. Somas. Alamos.
We are going to go ahead and set up a few more farms. Because, duh.
Bombis. Alamos. Bombis.
Food is a weird bottleneck in Age of Empires 1 in particular, by memory.
Alamos.
Because there's no truly replenishable source of food in the game. Not really, because of the farm thing I just mentioned.
Alamos.
So at a certain point in time, you're extremely reliant on farms. And yes, Judo Joker, that is correct. And so, just like the Warcraft 2 problem, you reach a point where you've kind of run the map dry because resource nodes just do not have that many resources. Like this gazelle only had 150 meat in it, for example. These farms only have 250. That's not as much as it sounds like. So there's the Libyan Raider storage pit and some people gathering. So let's scooch over here. Let's get our Wololo on.
Ready,
Alamos. Iportade.
Start gathering some gold. Yeah, exactly, play it too well. That could be push-ups, I don't know.
Alamos.
And now we have a source of gold. Yay. Yeah, their faith is restoring way faster. Yeah, AoE 2 fixes the finite resources dilemma by making infinite resources. Appropriate way of dealing with that. That guy is, he's having a time.
Alamos.
What, where? Ow. What? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Help! 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 Oh my god. Okay. Their entire army. Their entire army is attacked. I'm dead. I've just lost the map. I don't have a military. So let's restart the map. Because we just lost.
Zeltanta.
Wow! Okay. And thus, the Libyans conquered Africa. The end.
Iportade. Somas. Broken. Alamos.
God, the AI can save scum. No! Whoa.
Somos.
แล้วท่านถาม
I mean, that is a legitimate problem I have. It's so much of a problem I have in games like these that I actually built an entire story arc around it in one of my stories. The long and the short of it is exactly what it sounds like. A much more advanced race met a much less advanced race that had a much more developed military. Shenanigans ensued. Hello, off the deeper end. Look at them, they're just casually walking in here like, dude. No, we haven't, Judo Joker. That is a valid point. So, let me birdie here. What's the freaking fishing dogs? Which of these is the dog? There's T.
Bombers.
Yeah, so rushing. Let's talk about rushing first. So, rushing is exactly what it sounds like. It's beelining the enemy as quickly as is possible to reasonably do. It's kind of frowned on. I shouldn't say that. Let me walk that sentence back for a second. For a long time in the RTS competitive scene, it was frowned on. In fact, it was extremely common to either have a gentleman's handshake agreement or an actual like a map rule to prevent those kinds of rushes from happening too early, because a lot of players agreed that rushing just was kind of crap, and nobody really wanted to have rushing. They wanted to have a map, so they had a map. It is also very boring to watch, that's true, because it's very formulaic. There's a very, very, precise, you want to do this at this point in time kind of a thing when it comes to rushing. Build this at this point, build this at this point, build this at this point, go move, be lucky and find the enemy quicker. Hopefully you've had your scouts scouting the entire time.
Bombers.
Etc., etc.
Bombers.
Personally, I hate rushing. I have actually, it's extremely binary. You win or you lose. There's no recovery. I shouldn't say no. There's always a gradient in RTSs, but 90% of the time, if you are the one on the receiving end of the rush, then you have lost. Congrats. Yeah, I've actually seen, I think Total Annihilation was the first game I saw, which had maps which specifically had, you literally physically cannot reach the enemy until you hit this certain point in the tech tree. I know I've seen that in StarCraft as well. StarCraft 1, to be more clear. Yeah, and if the rushed failed, the rushing side loses, so that's game for them. That's rushing. It's interesting. I find it interesting kind of in a microcosm, not as an actual tactic. If that makes any kind of sense. Like, I kind of like the idea of just optimizing the build order and rushing and then winning inside a few minutes, but I only really do it against the enemy, that is to say the AI, excuse me, because it's just not interesting doing it against a player, right? And at that point, you're just playing golf, which can be fun, don't mistake me, but that's it. Turtling is almost the same problem, just in the inverse. Turtling is exactly what it sounds like, when you sit in one spot and try to garner up as many resources as you can and build the most defensive and most impregnable fortifications you possibly can, usually with a combination of static defenses like buildings and walls, as well as units. Turtling... No, Lord Hermon. StarCraft 1 was the end of my exposure to the multiplayer scene, really.
Alama.
because I've never really been that into that. So that was just kind of, yeah, I'm good.
Zombie.
Yeah, it tends to happen regardless. It also does tend to boil down to attrition. The problem with turtling is that some games have this thing where you have to knock out all of the enemy's units in order to win.
Alama.
Now, in more modern RTSs, there's options around this. Like, for example, I'll use StarCraft 2 as an example. In StarCraft 2, if you lose all your command centers, whatever they are, all your main hubs, like your town hall kind of stuff, then your units get exposed, as in they are now visible to all the enemies. And here's an interesting side note. If you successfully build one, that goes away. But there's still that initial moment of being stuck with... I'll get all three of those. Being stuck with your visibility. At that point, the enemy should just stride right in and do whatever they want to.
Alama. Alama.
There's also other methods to try and prevent turtling. For example, some games will have like finite resources, like Warcraft 2 had. Some games will have will make it so that defensive fortifications just kind of suck. Warcraft 3 actually specifically tried to combat turtling by having defensive units kind of suck. Obviously, you can still have a turtle of a troop, like a force, an army. But at the end of the day, you were still kind of running up against the wall of what they can actually hold back versus the enemy. Because if the enemy showed up and managed to crack your siege, or crack your forces with their siege, then you're done. And very, very careful usage of mages would generally accomplish such a thing. So, long story short, turtling is kind of weird. Because unlike rushing, which is... A lot of people are against rushing. Horizon Forbidden West is against rushing. Dragon Age 4 is against rushing. Witcher 3 is against rushing. And thank you, Sonashi, very much for being a rusher. As always. Yes, that's another thing Warcraft 3 did. It made it so that you only had so many... Oh, no. Okay, build another tower right now. Go, 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 go. I didn't realize that would be in range. Where's... Do I not have it? I don't have it. Okay. Okay. Well, this could be interesting. There they are. That's what I'm looking for right there. It's in the granary. Words. So Warcraft 3, yeah, it had the lower population cap, so you couldn't have too big of an army, and it reduced the value of defensive structures by quite a bit, actually. Okay, they don't seem to care so much that we've got these guys here so far. How many do these cost? We can afford a few more. Get a few more going. Oh, there they come. Yeah, I knew that was happening. That's a weird sight, but here we are. Wow, they beelined my frickin' priest. Just beelined him. Slowly, push-ups. Oh, shoot. If they hadn't beelined the priest, oh my god, oh my god. Stop. Stop. No, stop.
The sacred city of Heliopolis and its mighty temples have been plundered by the Libyan raiders. In anger, the pharaoh has stripped you of your titles and forces you to help work on his monument for the afterlife. In case you have forgotten, the builders are buried in the tomb with the pharaoh when he dies. It appears that you will have all of eternity to make up for your mistakes.
We're not even at the hard mission yet. Okay. What do you mean? I'm sorry, Chill Penguin. I need slightly more details than that. I haven't explained boom, because I'm not sure what you're referencing. I'm not sure familiar with the terminology. I didn't start cheating originally yet. Not at this point. I do remember hating this mission, but...
Somas.
Takes what? I will say this, I've beaten the Egypt campaign without cheating. It took 5 seconds. Jesus Christ. I mean, I would double check you, Chill Pangolin. But, like, I don't think you're lying to me. Unless you are. I'm actually not familiar with that one, Judo Joker. So I suppose I can't speak to that.
Bombus. Broken? Somas.
Yeah. It's not on purpose. It's just by a byproduct of, frankly, bad design.
Broken? Alama.
There's no nice way to put that. Possibly push-ups, but I'm hesitant to do so, especially when I have no real army. Because, as we've already shown twice now, any interaction with their forces directly leads to them going into attack mode, right? It activates the enemy forces, at which point they know where your base is, and they beeline for your base. The AI works that way in the whole game. Enemy units tend to just sit there and just kind of do their own thing until they're activated. The moment they're activated, they beeline your base and try to kill everything in their path. Sometimes they don't go all the way towards killing everything in your path. Sometimes they just kill, they'll. You've actually seen this before. The enemy units will prioritize a specific unit of yours, which they know where it is, of course, perfectly, and they will focus on going towards that unit. So if you were paying attention earlier, some troops came in up north, and this is actually on a previous mission, And we're like, okay, so I'm going to ignore this unit, but I really want to kill that guy. And you saw it earlier, too, when they were attacking down here. They absolutely beelined the priest and then focused down one of the villagers while ignoring everything else. Like I said, they select. It's because of the nature of the way this game's coded. Like I said, this is assembly. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Cancel.
Rogan. Fighting.
Rogan? Bombus.
We're going to try a slightly different strategy. Because this is getting old.
Tarai? Bombus.
Summon. Bombus.
Oklema? Bombus.
Hi, Evo. Listen, I haven't figured out, like, I can make a door? The door doesn't open. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, could you help me out, Evo? I feel like I'm screwing something up here.
Rogan? Bombus. Rogan? Tarai? Summers.
Heinguess? What's a Heinguess?
Tarai. Rogan.
Oh my god, you're right. The door's unhinged. It's a wild and vicious critter that opens and closes the doors for you. Yeah, I've painted a door on a wall. Like, it's just exactly what was described to me. What?
Somas.
Some of the quality of life features later RTSs have, obviously this game does not have, but I've decided I'm not going to give a negative for most of them. It's just going to be not a positive situation. So we're going to save.
One.
Let's see how this works out.
One.
Rogan. Bombus.
Fine, let's get their attention. We've invented metal. Oh, that's funny, Jake Palmer. Okay, so this should have activated them.
I can. Summers. Evil Guardian. Summers. Only evil Guardian.
I hate bowmen in all of these games. They all have the same AI. Shoot, walk back. Shoot, walk back. And they're pretty fast. I don't care how accurate it is, it's still irritating. Look at this. Look at this. Get back here. No, you're right. They don't do that on my side because it's an automatic thing. Yeah, catapults do the exact same thing, really. Okay, so that didn't work out at all. So let's reload. Okay. All right, slightly different approach. All we have to do, sorry, all we have to do is mind control the enemy catapult. And then sort of successfully get it back to our home base. That's the goal. Harder to do than it sounds, as I've been demonstrating. They deliberately put us in a very resource-dry position to start with. And that sucks. But the good news is that what I just did actually worked. So let's back off. And gotta kill some civilians. Very important. Very important. Healing doesn't really exist, is the answer to that question.
Somas. One, I can.
Ibortare.
Rocky,
Ibortare.
Erectus.
8 enemy bowmen. I hate enemy bowmen. I really do.
Abadakis. Ibortare.
Yeah, the micro in Age of Empires 1 is honestly quite bad.
Ibortare.
Which is part of the problem, really. Notice they're teching pretty hard. I might just go for it at this point. We've taken out their archers, which is the big problem. Nope, there's one archer left. Hurry, please. Hurry, please. Hurry your slow ass. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh my god, he like ran. God damn it. What? Okay. Hi, Elizar. How are you doing? Alright, who's subbing? Who's subbing? It's not a sub at all. I feel lied to. I've never even heard of that game. It's apparently a fan game. Okay. Okay, sure, I guess. A game called Secret Weapons Over Normandy. Thank you, J. Palmer. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards Secret Weapons Over Normandy, Sky Odyssey, and Halo SPV3. I mean, can you name a single character in this entire game, Eluzar? Whoops. Okay. You said you knew this game, Eluzar. The Pharaoh who's a dick. Who punished us with eternal slavery. Because he's a dick.
Ibotare.
Erectus. Let's change how we're doing this a little bit, shall we? So in Age of Empires 1, let me pull up the manual again really quick here. So I don't remember the full list. You're looking at it, Czar. In fact, that's the primary focus of this mission, which I have been failing at. Oh my God. So, in this camp, so we have the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Greek, the Hittites, the Minoans, the Persians, and the Phoenicians, and the Sumerians. Evo. And the expansion added the Romans. Thank you, Chilpangolin, again. Very much. Of course, the music stopped already. Jesus Christ, game. Nobody cares about the Eastern factions. Tacked on. All right. I don't know ISE.
And I've not encountered that bug before.
It's got to be a definitive edition bug. And yeah, it's because it was a CD originally. I know because I used to listen to this music just at school and stuff. Pikmin 1, Hi-Fi Rush, and Slay the Princess. We got it. Thank you again, Chopango. Okay. I remember the MIDI tracks. So here's our options. Here's the entirety of the options, Steve Palmer. Soak them in. This is it. Yep. Okay. Those overcard gold, which I can't really afford. But let's go ahead and grab that and that, because that's going to just require stone. We have at least a little bit of stone. Watch the dogs push-ups. Watch the dogs! Alright, let's turn that on.
Umbus.
Abadaki.
Tarai Bortare.
There's a new feature I didn't even notice because it's so small in the HUD, which I do actually appreciate quite a bit. If you look in the upper left, you'll notice it says how many villagers I have working each resource right now. For example, I have 7 on wood, 10 on food, 0 on gold, and 4 on stone. I do like that. I don't know, Evo. I legitimately don't know why they say Erectus. It is kind of strange. This is the remaster, yes. You can tell because it looks like this, and not like this.
Rocket. Ibotare. Abadaki. One.
And honestly, I think this speaks for itself.
Abadaki. Somos. Somos. One.
I don't remember, Elazar. I'm sure there is. AoE 2 has so many expansions at this point. Surely they do, right? Let's grab
Rogan?
you real
Alamas.
quick.
Alamas. Umbus. 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 Umbus.
There you go. There are Vikings. There you go. Questions answered.
You're it. Umbus.
So we're gonna do a little bit something different. We're gonna get a whole bunch of galleys going, because there's one resource we actually have in abundance here, and it's wood. And we can turn wood directly into death by virtue of ships, because ships, amusingly, do not actually take food. Good, because food is a resource we're actually kind of low on. We're still making a bunch of bowmen, a bunch of axemen to complement the swordsmen, but we're actually our war here. Why would I want to live in, like, 3000 BC, Elazar? That sounds like hell. That actually sounds like you've gone to hell. And he's like, all right, so here's your punishment, okay? You get to be in 3000 BC. Have fun. Now, I really want this gold right here. Gold is good. And I need gold. So, what I'm probably going to do... But the game looks pretty. Yes, real life looks pretty. Now, feel free to go to the bathroom. Unrelated, if you're a bit thirsty, good luck on that.
Tada E.
There he is. Let's just, let's pull him over to 2. Let's put him over
Rogan?
That's a good point. Where exactly in the world are you?
Alamos.
That's true. There's no LLMs. I am a history geek, and I know enough history to know that I would never want to interact with it on a personal level. That really is... I'm not actually being facetious. Like, I know I sound bland when I speak facetiously, so let me make this very clear. That sounds like hell. Just medical tech alone. Like, I've been talking about basic stuff like food and water and, like, sewage. Medical tech. Or lack thereof. People tend to forget how recent, very basic medical care is. Just health. More health. Might actually increase its armor. I'm not sure, but I know it increases its health. I think all the Age of games are on sale right now. Part of the autumn sale. Just keeping that trend going, really. That's all that is. Yeah, speaking of which, I have health issues, as a reminder. So that's even worse. Okay, so we should be good up there. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, wow, we really aren't. Okay.
Alamos.
I can fix that.
Alamos. Hombres. Hombres.
Let's start getting efficient with this.
Hombres. Hombres.
Tell me what I see. I've been nauseous for days now. Just on the edge of nauseous. Just kind of hanging, you know? That's weird, X. Okay, so you plus you. There's our core group. Hey, Ogrim. Hope you're doing as well as you can be. So yeah, you see how we can move through these farms? That's an option because in the original, you couldn't. You would just have to live with those having collision like any other building. Favorite obscure piece of history? Not sure if there is such a thing. Oh my god, our population cap is 50.
Hilare. Summers.
So, Tagoda, hey!
Summers.
Huh. That's... Okay, cancel. Cancel? Oh my god, can I cancel? I can't cancel building the houses. Whatever. I am aware of the pig war, but ever since Oversimplified did a video on it, I don't think that's really that esoteric anymore. Escape did nothing, it just unselected. See? Hello, cat. Can I help you? What do you want from me today, huh? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, hitting the delete key does actually work. Holy crap.
Hilare.
We've discovered the secret.
Alamos. Hilare. Alamos.
Yeah, I do love defenestration being its own thing. You know, I got one for you. Was it? I don't remember the nation, but there was a group of people who actually ate their prime minister.
Lare. Umbis.
It's not even that long ago. Was that the Dutch? Because it's somewhere in that region, the upper HO region, HRA region.
Oklema.
Yeah, they ate their prime minister. Oh, chariot. Go, chariot, go. Chariots, plural.
Lare. Umbis.
Literally a chariot, and that means they're activated. So I see. What's funny is I was going to activate them deliberately. If you'll notice, I was already building the sentry towers to deal with that. Fortunately, yeah, they're attacking from the rear. They came from behind. This is actually pretty bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the army north and trust the towers to deal with the south. at the moment. We already have those upgraded, I think. I should double check that. Yep, we did. So yeah, there's the enemy army, which should also include catapult, because they don't know how to differentiate. They came from Erectus. They're eels in the Nile. I always knew it was an evil place. Why are you still attacking that? Attack him. These are Christ's priorities, unit priorities. Yeah, notice they have access to better units than I have, just in case you missed that. And they're using them. I don't. I'm tech capped. I have been the whole mission.
Umbis. Naraí.
It's one of the reasons it's so frustrating. Yeah, AoE 1 towers are distractions. They're there to distract the enemy forces long enough for my troops to actually do something. Speaking of, go down here.
Yuri. Summit.
Get back to sharpen lumber. I know all your allies and friends died, but that's no excuse to not work.
Naraí.
Get to work.
Naraí. Summit.
It's funny you say that, Von Falkenstein, because it just proves that you're not listening to me. That's okay, I know nobody listens to me. So let me reiterate. What I was doing was I was deliberately not provoking the enemy because I knew that would provoke the response that just happened until I had my towers up. Then they attacked anyways. So now I'm getting my forces back together in one actual cohesive force so I could go do exactly what you're talking about. Because, yeah, no, that's a thing. An RTS where workers can go on strike. Not that I'm aware of. Here comes the second wave. God damn it. Just pulled my forces south, and they're already attacking the north again. Civilization isn't an RTS. No matter what the internet says. Frostpunk also continues to not be RTS. Demon... oh, God, I don't know. Hang on, J. Palmer. Hang on. Hit the stream brakes. Real-time scramble. While we're here, let's actually pull a second save, just in case this is actually working out well. Let's see. J. Palmer. You play as demons. You have to use corruption as a resource. And for unit creation. to steal other faction units. It would need another layer. There needs to be something else there. Like... sorry. It's like... That just sounds pretty vanilla, right? Like, at that point, it's just, do you hit your... I can't think what it's called. What, cat? What? What do you want? No. Snowball point. Like the point at which the point of no return. There's a term for it. I can't think of it. Where the whole goal of the mission, any given mission, would be grab enough of the enemy units to the point where you hit the blank point, and then you just critical mass. Thank you. You hit critical mass, and at that point you've won, right? You sweep. I feel like there needs to be like a cost benefit to corruption. So, like, for example, this is right off the top of my head. Imagine if you had the ability to corrupt enemy units, of course, but it's a buff. So it generates corruption, which you then use as a resource, but it also is making your enemy stronger as you're doing it, right? And you could also probably, like, mercenary your units over to them, which also generates something for you, not corruption. It would have to be something else. And they get to use those units on whatever, probably some other force. But then you gain a fairly large amount of blank. You get the general idea. Something like that. Oh, I hate this part of AoE. Where it's just, yep, everything's just going wild at this point. Yeah, stop chasing the enemy forever. Oh my god, they've actually got hoplites. For Christ's sakes. These people have hoplites. Stop killing my economy, please. If you would, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. What's hoplite? Something they probably shouldn't have. The Libyans probably should not have hoplites. But as we talked about earlier, there's not really any factions to speak of. Whoa, get out of there. The guy who's killing my entire armed force. I almost have no troops left. Like, this is insane. The good news is we've just taken out a very large bite out of their forces. The problem is we have almost no forces left. So we're going to start getting these guys going. And let's grab that. Pull them back here. Oh my god, stop attacking my lumber line. It's extremely viable. The only reason I haven't done it is because I've been kind of focusing on absolutely everything else at the same time. Where is this asshole? I've actually lost him. Is he dead? Did he die? Nope, there he is. He's on the verge of death. Get out of there. He just died. Okay, so we lost our priest. Hate this game.
Abadactus.
Rogan? Somas.
Erectus.
Cheat didn't work, actually. Which I do find vaguely funny. I was going to pull the cheat flag. I realized I guess I don't really need to because, like, the enemy forces are basically wiped right now. Oh, there's the catapult. There's the frickin' catapult. We also have a source of gold, which is one of my major limiters right now. You need gold for priests, you need priests for conversion. If anything attacks that catapult... That's a problem. I actually probably need 2 priests, actually. Let's do that. Because there's a bug in this game, or at least there used to be, that I might be able to take advantage of. So, if more than one priest tries to convert a unit at the same time, it doesn't know how to deal with that. But very simply. And the catapult's in range. No, 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 no. Oh my god, the catapult's at like 10 health. Scintillating. No, there's no ceasefire. As bizarre as that sounds, there's no stop fighting. There's just live with it. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God. I hate this mission. I hate this mission so much. Go, 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 go. Hang on, let's save us 3 really quick here. Delete. No! No! God damn you to hell!
The sacred...
Shut up!
Egyptian...
God damn it, he's at 1 health. He's actually at 1 health.
The sacred...
By the way, you can't load a game from the menu here. See this? This is great. So you actually have to start a game to get to access to load the game.
The sacred city of...
That's really irritating. I was there. I was there. I had succeeded. I had succeeded at my objective. And because I couldn't delete, like I didn't notice in time to delete my freaking towers. My towers, which I cannot prevent from killing someone, killed the mission objective, and I lost the map. No, not you, just you. Oh, gathered gold. I'm gonna need it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. You, come here. Get the tower, get the close tower going. You cover the north end for right now. This is the... By the way, you notice this is an escort mission? Like, did you catch that? This is like the worst kind of an escort mission, too. Because you're escorting the enemy unit, which you need to capture. And if anything happens to it, you lose instantly. Also, you need gold in order to be able to capture. And gold is incredibly rare on this map. Also, you notice how almost all of this is shallows, which means it's basically water and land at the same time. So yeah, that hoplite is going to kill my fleet. Okay, he wasn't, because I actually meant it, but like that was something that could actually happen. Oh my god, this goddamned map. And we're still not at what I would consider the hard stuff. Like, this gets worse. Do you see? This is the nightmare of old RTSs right here. On full display. Attempts at mission design that don't know what that word actually means. What's those words?
Erectus.
Okay. You come down here. Should be another wave coming pretty soon. Those are stone. See, the problem is, malls take a lot of stone. Oh, no, they don't. Never mind. I'm stupid and wrong. So let's just... Whip. Whoa, 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 whoa. So let's just wall off, like, the whole northern side entirely. Just block that off. Okay. Yeah, here's our gold source right here. You see that? That's our gold. That's it. Have fun with that. You could sure use those priest upgrades, but it sucks to me because those cost gold. I am shocked they haven't reattacked yet. They should have, like, any second now. Maybe because we reloaded the save, their AI got reset? Wouldn't that be funny if that's a thing? If the AI just resets because you reload a save? And by funny, I mean... Oh, God, kill me. Let's get some better bows going while we're at it. Actually... Yeah, you two, come here really quick.
Pilare?
Yeah, the problem with AoE 2 is what several people have already mentioned. There's too much of it. Like, I'm looking forward to it too, but holy crap, that's going to be a pain. It's because there's so many campaigns now. We're still on the first campaign of the first game. Aliens are evil. Aliens are... Okay, so... In your book, there's a new group of aliens, and they demand to live somewhere like all other humans. They also demand the houses should look alien. They also have alien politicians. Okay, I don't... then you ask, what decision would you make? I don't understand what decision there is to make. What's the question? I don't understand the question. You've lost me. You've lost me! Lost me marbles. Oh, great, off the deeper. That's exactly what I want to hear. Okay, so let's make priests faster. We can't afford that. Well, I don't want to cheat right now, but... But I'll test it right after I fail or succeed. Okay, this is kind of irritating. I kind of wanted them to attack me again. You know, I'm kind of ready for them now. Let's finish getting these. Well, no, let's go ahead and provoke again. Let's provoke. Die, monster. I'm just someone who chops wood. And you're a monster for it. Yep. Enemy forces. Oh, this is a thing that's happening now. I like how these guys just gave up entirely and stopped moving and just stood there and got attacked. Did you notice that? Also, the music stopped again. Alright, back up. See, that is a good idea, but the problem is, it takes a really long time to knock over buildings without siege weapons, which I suppose makes sense. Still irritating. Alright, pull him back. Pull him into range of our archers. I want him in range of the long nines. They took out, like... to do with my freaking galleys? No, we don't have the fire flingers yet. I think it's in the second game. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of the fact that I don't have artillery. The whole mission that we're doing is gain access to artillery, the mission. That's why it's such a pain. Honestly, if this was just a kill-all, ironically, we'd probably be done by now. But because I have to keep one of the enemy units alive, and capture it, and escort it alive back to my base, we're running into problems. Move them back a little bit, move them back a little bit, move them back a little bit. Let's make an angle formation here. Oh my god, they're so distended. Honestly, like, replication in general, whether it's Nanolathe or, like, whatever they do in System Shock, or, like, the actual replicators in Star Trek. I like that kind of production tech. Games like Satisfactory and Factorio are built on the conceit that one person can build an entire factory because they have the ability to manufacture stuff, right? Yeah, I guess post-scarcity is a nice, good way to put that. And yeah, with automation, too, exactly. Okay, let's double the priest's hit points. It's our last upgrade up there. Actually doing okay-ish for once. Set that up. We're kind of playing defensively, because I don't really have a lot of forces. I have a good defensive position. I do not have a good anything else. Yeah, the commander unit, which I will... Did he just... Of course he did, because he can walk on the shoals. Oh, that's irritating. Oh, that's so irritating. Is such a great idea, mechanically. And if we ever cover Supreme Commander and or Total Annihilation, I plan to gush about that quite a bit.
Selmas. Araí. Alamas.
We finally have our second barracks. What the hell? How did... That's irritating. One bowman got behind my line. I don't even see him. He just got back and was like, hey, what's up? Yeah, another... So one mild irritation with AoE 1 in particular. You don't really have a response team in AoE 1. Stop. Stop. Stop.
I think I saw.
Oh my god. Go over there. Because, like, until you have cavalry is really what that boils down to. Nothing can respond quickly to anything. Oh my god. Also now out of gold, completely. So that means we're completely dry on gold and stone. No, I mean a response team, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's the team whose whole job it is to get out there and respond to anything uncertain. Any asterisks. Why are you attacking? Oh my god, what is happening? I was actually going to save an attack. This is a good time to set up another save. But, like, Jesus. Okay. Oh, there's 2 more gold nodes. So what I'd really like to do is to stop being shot for 5 seconds so I can try and knock over one of their barracks. So if we can take out this stupid cavalry archer asshole chariot,
Ruckus. Erectus.
And then the other one who just showed up. Okay. Try to knock over the barracks. Please. What are you doing? Oh my god, what are you doing? Stop. Stop.
Run out of
Oh my god, I want to rip my teeth out, Blade Ball. Yeah, we do not have the ability to field more than one troop right now, not really. Because the pop cap, and because of resources. We're very... We only have a reasonable amount of 2 resources, food and wood. Okay, we have knocked over their barracks. They'll probably rebuild it inside of 12 seconds. They're already rebuilding it. They're literally already rebuilding it. But hang on, I think I might be able to make this happen. I'm not going to save again. I think this might be doable.
Fighting.
Rocket evil body.
Fury. Fighting.
This is with the speed upgrade on these guys, by the way.
Evil toddy.
Where's the freaking catapult? Where's the freaking catapult?
Isa.
There it is. Got it. Okay, now I just have to get it back. That's the hard part, so to speak.
Evil body.
Run! Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah. Just in case. Run, you piece of garbage. Run. Gonna have to go buy the chariots. That's fine. That's fine. Not looking at us.
You have saved Heliopolis from the Libyan marauders, and the gods are pleased. The pharaoh is grateful and has promised to fund the creation of a statue resembling your visage. It is an honor not usually bestowed upon someone other than the pharaoh himself.
We're still in the tutorial campaign, by the way. This is why, if you looked at the document, you saw cheats, question mark, I put very likely. I'm going to argue a triple negative for that level, and I really don't feel the need to explain myself. I swear later Age of games are so much better than this. I swear. No, yeah, we're still not at the mission that I remember as being the actual wall. That was just bad. Oh, okay. Okay, so Eliezer asked a question and says, why don't everyone have a place to live, and what do you think is the main reason people end up homeless? I actually have an answer for that. A lot of human history can boil down to the attempts to educate people in terms of multiple aspects of culture and society to generate long-standing, centuries-long preconceptions about how organizations can and should function, which are then used and then iterated upon in future generations, usually by idiots, thankfully, which is why we can push back against idiots over time. But the point is that we're still dealing with the fallout of nobility, which are dealing with the fallout of landlords, which are dealing with the fallout of the feudal system, etc., etc. So all of that means that most of human history boils down to people who have been actively trying to make the world a worse place to ensure that they stay on top of it because they don't think about things in a long-term sense. And they're probably stupid on top of that. And I don't actually mean that as an insult. I mean that as a literal statement. These people are unintelligent. They don't think about things. And so instead, they just want to make sure that they're on top of the pile of mud, which, of course, is why trying to get people killed via slashing healthcare and trying to get people to not have homes in order to increase crime rate and also cause other related issues, which also reduce the employee pool. So the worker pool is actually worse. All of that is being done by idiots who are stupid and or malicious, who are trying to make the world a worse place so that they stay on top of it. That's it. That's the answer. Exactly, Zeiss. They'd rather be on top of a pile of mud than up a mountain. And you notice I've lost all joking in my tone because this is just how it is. This is just life. I have argued before, although this is, of course, the realm of theory, that evil, stupid people are the problem. If they were evil and smart, it's actually possible that we would have a much better world to live in. Ironically. Anyways, so, now that we're done with that awful mission...
For centuries, the Nubians of the south have attacked and pillaged our cities in Upper Egypt. Pharaoh Senusret III is determined to deal with them for good. His plan is to subdue Lower Nubia by building forts along the Nile River all the way to the Fourth Cataract. To the south of your position, there is an island on the Nile, which would be an ideal location for such a fort. Explore the island, clear it of enemies, and build a town center and 2 sentry towers there. But remember to be wary of Nubian raiders coming down the river.
So, that's actually a good question, Luke. I don't have an answer to that, obviously, but it's entirely possible that, like, this is a real possibility that by virtue of having intelligence, you just kind of naturally have empathy. You just naturally care about people other than yourself. In fiction, we have plenty of smart evil people because it's fiction. We just, boom, there you go. We can create that. But in reality land, it is a theory that I've heard multiple times that when you hit a certain level of intellect, you just kind of start being a better person because you care more, right? So I'm going to stop reading all this stuff out loud, if that's okay with you. So this is fun. So yeah, there's going to be towers on the island. And I'm pretty sure we don't actually have access to artillery. That is to say, siege in this one. So, this should be fun. Yeah, Lex Luthor in some versions of Lex is smart evil. But, again, that's a fictional character where you can just assign attributes.
Zokanta. Zokanta.
Whoops.
Selmas.
I don't know enough about Putin to comment on him. I've never studied him, and, you know, I'm not sure I ever want to.
Zokanta.
No, I haven't seen the recent Superman. I do know that Lex is apparently really, really, really petty in it. Which is a common interpretation of Lex. So here's our goal. We have to knock over those towers, and then build a town center over there.
Zokanta.
Yeah, if I might quote the meme, where's the cure to cancer, Lex? It's too early. So we're going to put 6 on food, 5 on lumber. And we're just going to sit here for a second. And 'cause I don't remember how bad the rest of this is.
Somas. Somis. Somis.
So I can't help but notice we don't have a great setup here. We've got some gold. Very little stone and not a great source of lumber. Unless this is much bigger than I think it is. We start off in the Bronze Age, which is nice. Let's get 4 people on gold. Start getting some gold coming in. Anyways, sorry, you asked what would happen if aliens showed up. Oh. Like, it honestly, I think at least a little bit, it depends on the aliens. Like, if the Vulcans show up, that's going to be interesting. Having said that, the joke answer to your question is, oh, if aliens show up, I know exactly what happened. Braka, 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 braka. I've said this before and I'll say this again. I legitimately don't think aliens as we perceive them in fiction exist. I think that if other life exists out there, it is so alien that we cannot perceive that they are alive and sentient, and neither can they us. I've actually posited the theory before, a bit weird, admittedly, that it's possible we have already interacted with aliens and have no idea. And indeed, the flip as well, right? Like, there's just no possible crossover because they are alien. Okay, that was fast. Jesus. Alright, let's start getting some farms going.
Oklema. Umbis.
Yeah, perceivable life. Perceivable intelligent. See, you're still using human terms, Elizar. The point of a truly alien life is that you would not be able to describe it. It's actually something I've talked about, which is one of the issues with Lovecraftian works, is because anything that is a work of fiction that tries to have something indescribable fails, because you have to describe it by definition. Otherwise, it's not there. It's one of the reasons why sometimes fiction, especially written fiction, will just say, there's this horrible thing, and not actually go into any details, because they can't. You cannot grasp the nature of Gygas's attack. Turn that on. The music stopped. I should be thinking about launch. You're absolutely right, but oh, let's see here. I need something easy on my stomach. Because that's the flip side, Plutonia. It's the reason why there's an argument that humanoid life is like default, basically. Okay. Farms. Farms. I should set most of these over here.
Pelare. Bombis. Pelare. Bombis. Rarai. Bombis.
Is that everything? Oh, we do have a source of stone. No, that's more gold. Gosh darn it. I mean, gold's nice and all, but like, really? Of course.
Oklema. Alamas.
How many of these hoes? Oh, it's 4. So that's 20. And then 24, 28, 32,
Alamas. Alamas.
36, 40, 44, 48, and 50. That should be everything. Get some rest, Evo. I'm going to be cutting off soon-ish. I was just hoping to take a bite out of some of the initial resourcing, teching. Because I kind of want to tech up with this one, at least as far as I can. I'm curious how far to let me go. Hold on a minute. Let's speed up while we're building. What was the first non-humanoid alien brought into Star Trek? I believe that would be the... God, I can't think of freaking names. Devil in the Dark is the name of the episode. TOS. Good episode. But I cannot think of the name of the frickin' alien. The Horta, thank you. I believe that's our first definitive, no really, non-humanoid alien in Trek.
Alamas.
Maybe act. I do think they'll achieve it in my niece's lifetimes. Yeah, I think that's close enough to be worth it. Oh, Siege Workshop! Woo! Okay, and a government center. Okay, we got a lot of stuff all of a sudden to work with. So let's... Right, we need stone, which we don't have. Oh, jeez. We don't have a market, right? We don't? Why can I... You seriously don't have a market? Storage pit, town center, granary. No, we don't have a market. Huh? Okay, let's get some, like, teching going. Kind of build into the corner here.
Alamas.
The longevity vaccine, I imagine, 2036. Okay, that's a lot of lumber, which is good. Let's get another storage pit up here. And then I'm also going to want some tech stuff, so I'm going to park it right next to it. And then I want a government center right there. And... because that's actually it at the moment. So we'll just stop there. We, as recently as I believe this week, have started making inroads on actually curing HIV.
Alamas.
And you're probably thinking, what's that have to do with anything? We are actually insanely advanced medically as a species. We don't have access to any of that because of, other issues, like we were just talking about with, the upper class trying to put down the lower classes. But as a species, yeah, we have insane tech, really. I'm sure you've seen the woman who has the remote-controlled artificial arm by now, because she's been kind of making the rounds lately.
Alamas.
So, yeah, I absolutely think that we will hit the technological point of being able to defeat aging sometime within the next, say, 60 years. Whether it'll actually be something that's distributed, whether it's something that will actually have any impact on our lives, or will be available to anyone other than the ultra-rich, I have no idea. Whether we'll even survive as a species to be able to take advantage of that, oh. But I think the tech will get there.
Alamas.
Okay, we have plenty of lumber. I'm not as worried about that anymore. Still no stone.
Alamas.
Please don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Damn it. Fucking pathfinding.
Alamas.
That's a tougher one, J. Palmer. I don't know. Space and space travel are trickier than people tend to give it credit for. Do I still have no source of stone. I've got 1 billion wood, which is good.
Alamas.
I've been seeing a lot of Gates McFadden around. I'm good to go on that. So this costs gold, which I also have. Barrack units take half population. I'm going to go with that. And reduce build time and increase building and wall hit points. Go with that too. I'll just stick with those two. This gives us access to better food, better wood and missiles, and the wheel, which improves villager speed, which is extremely helpful. This all costs gold, but we do have a source of gold, so let's just kind of take... Let's get some production buildings for here-ish, I guess.
Alamas.
I do love being surrounded by death. It's one of my favorite pastimes, really. We're still just critically, we do not have stone at all. This is weird having this much gold and, like, no stone. Okay, so we still only have access to craft cavalry. So unless we can tech up, which we cannot, our cavalry is still hindered. That also means we're going to be screwed over. Like, we could probably get a chariot right now, but that's it. So that's not worth pursuing. Let's see what we can get at the academy. I'm actually going to delete that outright. That's just a waste of space. Very unique unit AoE 2? I don't know. Unfortunately, to my great dismay, I never got into AoE 2 as much as the other RTSs back in the day. I think it's partially because all my friends played StarCraft, and then Warcraft 3 came out, and that's the thing, right? Like that's the arc.
Alamas.
Hoplites. Hoplites are expensive, but they're hoplites. That's a tough one. And I, of course, what is this? October 31st already? I would go so far as to say that I do not have enough information to actually gauge and answer that question. I know it's a cheap cop-out answer, but it's true. I really don't think I could answer that question. I don't know, in other words. Let's get a siege center going here. I am a climate scientist in my spare time. Like, I don't... There's several bits of tech, medical tech especially, as I just mentioned, that I try to keep up on because I'm interested in medical technology. Of course I am. But, like, there's only so many hours in the day, right? You want to talk about economics? I got you, fam. Want to talk about climate? I don't know. Let's poke out on the... Oh, no, they're right there. Okay.
Alamas.
I mean, if I could be blunt, I don't give a crap about the climate. I care about us.
Alamas.
So I don't care that the climate's fine. That's a good question, Jay Palmer. I don't actually have an answer to that either, but the goal is to have a polemic stream one way or the other, unless we're not doing polemic streams at all, which is something I'm considering. I can't believe this. We need more lumber. How can we possibly need more lumber?
Alamas.
I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier. We are actually stupidly advanced as a species. It is entirely possible that there are solutions to our many environmental problems we have in the world right now. As in, like, as a species, that we as a species have access to. Whoop, 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 whoop. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's attacking me? The enemy boats! Of course they are! Well, the good news is, I was ready for this. You little dickweeds. What about capitalism? Alright, that's solved. What else you got?
Alamas. Alamas.
That's what I thought. I have never defended capitalism. Incentive-based economics is something that has arguable positives about it. Incentive-based economics is not capitalism. Okay. We have claimed the sea. We have become Britain. What's the difference? So capitalism has to do with who owns what. To put it very, very, very simply. That's the bare bones, right? I own a farm. I pay you a pittance to work on the land I own. And as a consequence of that, yeah, I can't queue attack orders. And then you make me money. It's the super simple version there. Capitalism also kind of naturally lends itself towards the exact situation we're in right now. Because, yeah, it snowballs. Exactly. That's exactly the problem. Because once you already have money, it becomes substantially easier to make more money. And once you make more money, you make more money. And once you have more money, you make more money. And it never stops. That's kind of the problem there. And yes, I see. That's a good way to put that. So if you were to think of it in tiering, incentive-based economics is much easier, much further up the tier. It's more kernel access of economics, as opposed to capitalism, which is much further down towards the user end, if you could accept that terrible analogy. I still don't have a source of stone. This is an appropriate game to talk about this for once, because, it's a historical game. There's also invented wealth, which sounds silly, but is actually a thing that's been around for centuries, which is its own problem. Invented wealth, there was this wonderful paper, an economic paper I was actually reading recently, which did a great job of explaining invented wealth. How did it work out? It was something like, Bob wants to start a shop, right? They want to start a business. So they take a loan out from the bank. The bank lends out some money. Bob pays some interest into them. Bob then actually uses that money in order to go build the thing, and then loans some of that out to someone else who pays them, and then they all pay off their loans, and they're all cool. But like, I forget it. This is so stupid. I'm doing such a terrible job explaining this. Hang on, let's save really quick because we're still doing well. Notice that this mission is like totally different from the previous one, by the way. This is that whole difficulty curve thing we were talking about. In fact, we might actually start giving difficulty curve negatives per campaign. Hang on. Now this, I want to remind myself of this. Yeah, it'll ramp up later. Like I said, we're not at the actually hard mission yet. I'll chop off for lunch soon. Well, the problem is fake money is a very real concept, as strange as that sounds. The bottom line was that there was a triangle of three people. It was a very, 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 very simple explanation of invented wealth. But the triangle was bank, and then, like, person who took the loan, and then person working with that person. And the end result was they all sat down, they borrowed money, they gave money to him, they paid off him. And once the circuit was complete, everyone made money. And that's the problem. That last part right there. Did you catch that? All three people made money. Do you see the issue? Because money just was generated based on the transactions themselves. Yeah, exactly. Where did the money come from? What we're talking about is actually the bare bones concept of what people misunderstand constantly is inflation. That's what invented wealth is. It's when you generate money into a system out of nowhere, and that causes issues. It causes issues top to bottom. And we've been dealing with that, again, for centuries. And who holds the debt? I've talked before about how debt can actually be a good thing because debt can serve as a financial vacuum. Debt can pull money into a space, which can then be used to pull money into space, which can then be used to pull money to a space. So debt can keep a cycle going. But that's only certain, like, specific applications and types of debt. Yeah, fractional reserve banking is what ISC is referencing. Fractional reserve banking is arguably one of the first examples of invented wealth, because it's exactly what it sounds like. So the way that works is, let's say everyone in chat right now has $10 in me, the bank. Okay. So I don't know how many chats. Let's just make this simple. Let's say I have 10 chatters, right? So I've got, and you all have $10 in me. So I've got $100. I have 100 real dollars in my bank. Okay. So I'm going to lend out some of this to you. I'm going to say, here you go. I'm going to lend out you to a mortgage. So I'm going to give you $100, and now you're going to owe me. But then, like, because of the fact that I don't give it to you at once, or because of the fact that I only give you a portion of it initially, or because of the nature of fluid debt, I'll talk about that in a second, I can then repeat that. Even though I only have 100 real dollars, I lend out $100 multiple times, right? To multiple people with money that doesn't exist. Now, if I do that, and everything goes fine, and all of your financial deals go fine, and my financial deals go fine, if nothing goes wrong, this works out great, and I have invented wealth. I have created wealth out of nothing. Make sense? The problem is, as any engineer or programmer will tell you, a system that only works if nothing goes wrong is a terrible system. If anything at any step in any of this process goes wrong, the whole thing starts to fall apart. You've heard of a bank run? Now, we haven't had a bank run in a long time, historically speaking. But there are bank runs that will absolutely destroy this entire system top to bottom. And yeah, we actually had something very similar to this back in 2008, which was why we had to have that massive bailout that was extremely unpopular for very good reason. And that's why basically half of the Great Depression happened. Yes, I know there's actually a lot of factors that went into the Great Depression. Let's just skip over that right now. What is a bank run? It's actually very simple. Let me go back to the example I just had. I've got 10 people. Yes, I see. I've got 10 people. They all have $10 in my bank. I have loaned out $1,000. All of you are concerned, so you do a run on the bank. This is actually the actual term for it. So you rush up, you withdraw your money. I may or may not have your money to give to you because I've loaned it all out, and then some. So if you make a run on the bank, problems happen because you're asking for money I don't have. This canon has led to violence in the past. And obviously, it almost universally leads to a bank shutting down, like actually just defaulting, because it's the only thing I can do. I don't have your money. It doesn't exist. I have been using your money that doesn't exist to make money. Now, I'd say, this is normally when I say, does that make sense? But the problem is, it really doesn't. If I can get just real for 5 seconds, it's about laziness. No, I'm dead serious. There are thousands of ways to generate wealth that involve generating value. Value can be a service or a good, right? It can be a raw resource, it can be a refinement of a resource, or a processing of a resource, or a construction of a resource, or using that resource to provide a service. There are plenty of ways to add value to society, which is what an economy is and should be, while still generating money. But over the centuries, you'll always have one asshole who ruins it for everyone, who's too lazy to bother to actually generate anything real. Almost every nonsensical economic policy we have that generates wealth was because some dickhead, usually a century or two ago, decided to come up with this brilliant scheme to involve not working. Anyways. I'm gonna go grab lunch. I'll see you in a bit.